Hey guys, how are you? Happy Monday. We are back with Julian Conley. I think they're getting ready to cross Detective Shepard, and they really just got started. I thought they were getting started at like 9, 10 o'clock, but they did not. It seems as though they got started maybe around 10:30. So they've only been going about 40 minutes or so. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. If you are not current on what we're talking about, I did create a playlist, but we're not too far gone. You can't jump right on in. The main is justice for Secoriea Turner. She's a young lady, little young baby, who was taken out far before her time, 8 years old, in the crossfire of some foolishness that was going on in Atlanta around 2020, which stuff was going on all across the country, but specifically this happened in Atlanta on a particular day, 4th of July, and this little lady right here lost her life. And this gentleman here, Julian, with the arrow pointed at him, is being held to account. He's been charged by the prosecutors, and he is having his day in court right now. That being said, I'm going to share my screen and we're going to get into it. I don't know how long they're going to go today, and we're going to see how far we going to go. They might, I'm sure they're going to break for lunch probably in the next hour because it's getting close to be, well, it's 11. So I would imagine the cross will start, and I guess they're going to see how far they go. Let me share my screen. But yeah, Detective Shepard is on. I don't know who else is testifying, but based on Friday, she said she had 5 more witnesses, one being Shepard. Also Patterson was to testify, so there might be 2 or 3 more. Who they're going to be, I don't know. But if Jackie Patterson gets up there, that should be interesting. Um, Someone's having a birthday. Happy birthday, Sasha. Happy birthday, Sasha. Happy birthday. Shouts out to our friends on Facebook. I see Jasmine's on the check-in on Facebook. Shouts out to our good Facebook friends. We appreciate you. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to all of the new subscribers. Welcome to everyone. If you're new here, welcome. If you just recently subscribed, you're just now making it to a live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, Say what you mean. Don't say it mean. That's it. That's all. Okay. Who's 55? I'm celebrating. Girl. Okay, Blue Sapphire. Okay, happy birthday, boo. Happy birthday. So you're a Virgo on the Libra cusp, or are you a Libra on the Virgo? Girl, you cut it close, sis. You cutting it real close. Okay, happy birthday, y'all. Virgo month it's been a thing. Virgo month, this has been it's been real. And thank you for I'm going to just thank you guys for helping me celebrate my birthday. It was amazing. I enjoyed my family. I enjoyed you guys. It was so much fun. You claim Virgo, period. Okay. Okay, Blue Sapphire. Absolutely. I know. I understand. Okay. A shouts out to all of our Libras out here. Okay. Libra season is starting, I guess maybe tonight, at some point, maybe when the sun goes down. So shouts out to all of our Libras. Libra season is starting soon. Virgo, don't worry. You know, we celebrate all year long, so it's okay. It's not the end, it's just the continuation. Happy birthday, you guys. Let's get into it. Libra gang gang. Okay, T Collins, we see who you repping for. Okay. Okay, you guys, let's get into it. Um, let's see what's going on here. Detective Shepard. Let me take this down. Here we go. Okay, we know who this guy is, Detective Shepard. Um, they're building on the foundation of Julian being the shooter. They can't just outright name Julian. There's no eyewitnesses that saw him. So I know sometimes people will ask, well, why are they asking all of these very obvious questions? They have to build a foundation to make the accusation. They have positively identified him at the scene, but now I think they're working towards that gun. Okay. The the I don't know that they found the actual gun he had. He probably threw it in that dumpster. By the time they went back, who knows where he disposed of it. But in any case, if they don't, they have, they know what he had. They knew he was in position in a threatening stance. They know what she got hit with, all of those things. They know what the casings were in the vicinity of where he was. So I guess it's circumstantial evidence at this point. There's nothing concrete. So they can't determine if they don't have his exact weapon. So they're having to lay a foundation to make the determination that he was the potential shooter based on the type of gun, the type of ammunition, what Secoriea got hit with, all of the things. That's probably why they're naming him the shooter. Or they're soon to be naming him as the shooter. Anyway, let's get into it. Let's just go ahead because I'm sure it's gonna be a long day. Okay, you guys.
Yes, that's going to be the picture from the press conference. No.
I'm going back to the beginning where court started, but as you can see, court has
Yes,
already
that's
been called to
117.
order. The jury is sitting. I don't know if was it 11? Oh, yeah, Fox. Clearly they were late. They were late coming to work today. And but hey, we're thankful because you know what I'm saying. So anyway, okay.
Is going to 117A is going to contain my suspect number one, dressed in red shirt, white letters on the back, light jeans, black satchel, and AR-15. And is there another photograph next to that? Yes, that's going to be the picture from the press conference. Has there been any additions or deletions to it? No. I asked the state to do the 117 17A. Did you put those two pictures side by side? Yes, I did. Why? I wanted to make a side by side comparison. And when you made that comparison, what did you find? I found that this was the same person. Was there any difference between how suspect number one appeared when you saw him on that water video and throughout the night on July 4th? What did it appear to look like when you did that press conference with his attorney? Yes, it appears that suspect number one attempted to alter his appearance by cutting off his hair. Let me ask you, up on the screen, is that split photograph that you did to confirm that Julian Conley was, in fact, the suspect number one from the shooting of Secoriea? Yes, that is correct. Prior to this press conference, had any of the videos that you reviewed been released? Yes, the Marta Bus video, when suspect number one approached the door and, of course, the news bulletin that I placed in there.
Had any video of the actual shooting been released?
No, no video of the actual shooting was released.
Had any information, any of those videos, the video of the shooting, been released to Mr. Patterson?
No, no videos were released to the public or anyone. I kept that inside the case file.
And you indicated that Mr. Patterson made statements about what occurred with barricade.
That's correct.
Did you give him that information?
No, I did not give him that information.
Is it fair to say he got that from his client?
Yes, that is fair. He got that information.
Was Julian Conley standing next to Mr. Patterson when he made the statements about somebody getting hit by a car and falling down to the ground and start shooting?
Yes, he was standing to the left.
Did Mr. Conley stop him and tell him, no, that's not right?
No, he did not.
Was there any mention of anything about somebody shooting from the Jeep as it passed by and the shots rang out?
Not,
At the press conference?
no, not at that press conference, no.
And we're going to place next exhibit 106. He's pulling it up. Prior to this press conference, were you certain who the shooter was as far as it being suspect number one that shot and killed Secoriea?
Prior to the press conference, yes, I was.
What was the only thing he was missing?
That nexus that I needed for him to identify himself from the video.
And at that press conference, did you get that identification and the name for the person that you used?
I did.
And what was that name?
Julian Conley, as identified as my suspect number one. Red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15.
I think at some point, maybe you had mentioned during the course of the investigation that you were 99.99% sure that suspect one was your shooter.
That is correct.
After the press conference, what was that percentage?
110%.
The mother of this 8-year-old girl killed while trying to go to a store is pleading with the public to help find her killer. We spoke exclusively to one of the men who police say is a person of interest in that shooting.
Channel 2's Tom Jones live in Midtown Atlanta. And Tom, the man told you he's comfortable speaking publicly because he says he didn't shoot anyone.
George, that's what Julian Conley says. He admits he was at the scene, says he saw what happened, but says he did not shoot anyone. I attended a news conference on Zoom where 8-year-old Secoriea Turner's parents pleaded with the public for help finding her killer.
Please help. Y'all help me out, Lord. I only have one.
The parents of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner pleaded for help finding the person who shot and killed their daughter.
Then hope somebody say something because Secoria's life matters.
Secoriea was in her mother's SUV July 4th on University Avenue. That's when gunmen, who police say had illegally barricaded the entrance to the store they were trying to get to, opened fire on the car, killing the child. Police have named 2 people as persons of interest. Attorneys for the family says someone knows who they are.
We want the community's help in getting his name.
His name is Julian Conley.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says Julian Conley is the second person of interest police are looking for. He says Conley did not shoot Secoriea.
He was on the scene on that particular day, but he committed no crime whatsoever.
Conley told me he feels terribly sorry about what happened to Secoriea.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
I asked if Patterson will make Conley available to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
Meanwhile, Secoria's mother says she wants to hear from anyone who knows what happened.
You don't have to call the police, lawyers, nobody. Write me, call me.
And the reward for a conviction in this case is now at $50,000. Patterson says Conley doesn't know the name of the person who shot Secoriea. But he says he can explain how the shooting unfolded. I'll be working on that part of the story for Channel 2 Action News at 6. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And the reward in this case is now $50,000. All you have to do is call Crime Stoppers at 404-577-8477. You don't have to give your name, and you can still get that reward. Again, that number 404-577-TIPS.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
A man called a person of interest in an 8-year-old girl's murder, saying he's innocent. Only Channel 2 Action News spoke with him today. Channel 2's Tom Jones with us live on this story in Midtown. So Tom, the man said that he was there that night, but he didn't shoot into that car.
That is right, Justin. Julian Conley says he was right there. He told me he had a weapon, but says he didn't fire it one time. He says he was at the scene and didn't know the shooter, and he feels bad that a child lost her life.
I feel terribly sorry about what happened to Secoriea Turner.
19-year-old Julian Conley admits he was at the scene on University Avenue July 4th when 8-year-old Secoriea Turner was shot and killed.
Did you shoot anyone?
No.
Did you open fire that day?
No, sir.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says his client saw himself on television as a person of interest.
The fact that he looked like he's guilty by showing somebody's picture on television, he had to set the record straight.
Police have been searching for the gunman who shot Secoriea near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was killed. Officers say someone shot in Secorea's mother's car after she tried to get through an illegal barricade someone had set up. Patterson says Conley told him a man driving Secorea's mother's car drove through the barricade and hit a man with a rifle.
And when that person fell to the ground, that person got up and started firing at that vehicle.
I asked if he will allow his client to talk to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
At this news conference, Secorea's parents pleaded for the public to come forward and tell who killed their daughter.
The lady, she had on a black shirt and she was recording. Please come forward.
And I asked police about Conley's version of what happened. This was their response. We would encourage Mr. Conley to contact investigators and speak with them regarding the investigation. At this time, the investigation continues. Now, there is now a $50,000 reward in this case. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And a lot of interest to get this one right, Tom.
So Detective Shepard, in that press conference, it indicated that from Jackie Patterson, his client told him what happened.
That is correct.
And from your observation of the videos in this case, let me say from the BP, once that Jeep passed, can you see from the BP what's going on behind the barricades?
You only see movements and shadows.
From the liquor store, All American Package Store, can you see what's going on behind that barricade?
Same thing from that vantage point, just shadows.
So what's the best vantage point to know what's going on behind the barricade?
The warehouse.
And that's behind the barricades?
Correct.
Now, he admitted to having that AR-15.
That is correct.
Did you ever get that AR-15?
No.
Let me ask you, Detective Shepard, if none of the videos show the defendant shooting as that Jeep passed by, would you have taken out, first, did you take out warrants?
I did.
What did you take out warrants?
Murder.
If you had never seen him fire that weapon, would you have taken warrants out for him?
Yes.
Why?
He was at the barricade that's party to the crime murder.
What does that mean?
So basically, I can give an example. There's a bank robbery, armed robbery. You have a driver A, and you have passenger B. Driver A pulls up to the bank, passenger B goes inside the bank. During the course of that aggravated assault and armed robbery, let's say a clerk is killed. Passenger B comes back out, get inside the vehicle with driver A drives off. Not only did driver A participate, he aided and abetted in the felony, and that resulted in the murder, and he took a substantial step and participated in that crime. So that is party to the crime.
So let's talk about something. But in this case, was the defendant just a party to the crime?
No, the defendant in this case, suspect number one with my red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15 is the shooter. that killed Secoriea Turner.
Did you have some other individuals at that barricade that could have been charged?
Yes.
Were you ever able to identify them?
No.
If you had that identification for them, would you have taken warrants out for them?
Yes, everyone at that barricade, if I was able to identify, would have been charged with murder.
The folks at the barricade.
Correct.
Now, we know Mr. McKinney was someone else who took warrants out for him. Did you take warrants out for him for murder?
No, I was able to observe right before the Jeep drove through. He walked away from the barricade.
At that barricade, was the defendant or your suspect, one that you knew about, was that the only person that fired as that Jeep passed through?
No.
Was there someone else who fired?
Yes.
Do you know what the description of that individual was?
No.
Did you ever get an identification on that person?
No.
After the shooting occurred, through your observation of the video, were there other individuals out there that were shooting?
Yes, there was another individual down by the tent area. That person discharged a firearm also. This was after the Jeep had already passed through.
And you said down by the tent, you know, I think we talked about that tent. Whose tent did you ever find out whose tent that was?
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers' tent. I interviewed their mother early in the investigation, who gave me statements that were greatly exaggerated. That was coming from their tent area.
So there was fire from the tent area where the Williams were. And I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 57, I believe.
Okay.
And then did you observe any other gunfire from that area?
So there was a male walking from the barricade after the Jeep passed. He appears to fire a handgun into the street. Then he walks over to the Williams tent.
And State 57, is that the Williams tent that we're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know the identification of those individuals at that tent?
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers.
Do you know them individually by name? Because there's 4 young men in there.
So I don't see the youngest one. I interviewed the oldest one. I believe his name was DeMarco or Demisio Williams.
And who's that in that red shirt kind of back in the shadow?
I'm not sure who that is. I believe that's the mother, because she is the one that set the tent up.
Mark the States Exhibit 129, 131.
So you guys heard what he said. A party to, what did they call it? He called it basically that anyone who was at the barricade at the time would be charged with murder. So anyone who was at the barricade would be charged because they were party to a crime. At the end of the day, it sounds like Connolly identified himself. He was identified at the location. He was identified at the barricade. He had a weapon. His weapon was in a stance that he could, or he may or may not be the shooter. At the end of the day, he's still just as responsible as anybody else who was there, whether he shot the round that killed her or not. That's what that sounded like to me. I don't know if y'all heard that or not. That's what it sounds like the detective was saying.
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
So the State Exhibit 129, the male that's walking from the barricade after the Jeep had already passed, this is the subject who fired one round, appears from a handgun into the street.
And let me ask you, are those screen grabs from the video of the shooting
Yeah.
over at University of Fire?
Yes, yes, it is.
Next, 131.
Okay, 131 is going to be a screen grab of an individual down at the Williams Brothers tent. He appears to be running from the back of the vehicle out of frame.
And he's facing 180.
180 is going to be down at the Williams tent. And this is going to be, appears a male with no shirt on, discharge a firearm into the direction of where the Jeep just drove.
Has there been any deletions, manipulations, or alterations of this exhibit 129, 180?
No.
That's it states exhibit 129, 131, and 180. Now we're gonna have to do this. In that male indicated that he fired into the street, were you able to determine whether or not that was a handgun or a long gun that individual used to fire into the street?
It appears to be a handgun.
And then the individual that is firing next to the Williams tent, is that individual firing that weapon with a long gun or with a handgun?
That also appears to be a handgun.
And I think that third individual in state 180, I believe that is near the Williams tent, we think that has a fire on his hand. Is that appear to be a long gun or a handgun?
A handgun.
Were you ever able to identify the individual that is walking in the middle of the street that fires that handgun towards the ground?
No.
If you had been able to identify him, what if you would have been charged?
You've been charged with murder to party to a crime.
And why would you been charged with murder?
Because he was at the barricade. He participated in the event of blocking off the barricade, and he was present during the barricade when the Secoriea Jeep was shot multiple times.
And what about the individual standing by the tent firing the shot?
Yes.
What would he have been charged with?
He's been charged with aggravated assault also.
And the third individual that had the handgun by his side?
Yes.
What if he was using charge?
The same party to the crime.
We're gonna go back to state exhibit number 2, on the warehouse location. Camera 2, starting at time stamp, I believe it's 9:45 and 9:45. And can a handgun fire a 5.56?
No.
A 223?
No.
Who is this that we see circling around?
Circling purple.
Purple, sorry.
That's the unidentified male who I advised that shot into the ground. And the red arrow is pointing towards a muzzle flash. The blue circle and the red arrow is the gunshot coming from the Williams tent, and red arrow is pointing towards the muzzle flash.
Where does that young man go that just fired off all the shots?
Which one?
On the side, possibly. The one that was circled in blue, I believe.
If they all went off screen, he first comes down to the Williams tent and then they go off screen.
What about the man that was walking down the street and fired a gun?
The same direction. Down towards Williamston and then off frame. Circled is the black male, blue shorts. He at this point he's holding a handgun, and the red arrow is pointing towards that.
We're gonna go back to 657. Do you see that young man with the blue shorts on that had that handgun that we just observed in the video?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be the male to the right with the blue shorts on and the white shirt.
What were the next steps that you took in the investigation of the shooting?
So at this point, once I was able to get a confirmation on who my suspect number one identity was, I obtained my warrants.
Did you, besides taking out warrants for murder, were there ever any additional charges that you took out in regards to Julian Conley?
Yeah, I did. I followed up with the McCords, and of course, I did a follow-up interview with them. And during that interview, I was able to determine that my suspect number one from the Secoriea Turner shooting was indeed the individual who assaulted him and his wife when he pulled up to the barricade.
How were you able to determine that?
So Mr. McCord advised that when he watched the news, he advised that the male, of course, there was two males, one male with no shirt with a shotgun. He said the man that stood at his door dressed in red was in fact my suspect number one, dressed in red, white shirt, white letters, light colored pants with the AR-15.
So he identified the defendant, Julian Conley, based on the press conference?
Correct. He stated that the same male that was in the press conference with his attorney was the same male that stood at his door with the AR-15.
Detective Shepard, how many days did it take you to take out warrants for Julian Conley for murder before your trial and solve this?
It was about 9 to 10 days.
Was this a rush to judgment?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
It was 9 days. In between those 9 days, I can say I maybe got a couple of hours of sleep. We're talking to 20-hour days, some days, and it was constant. There's a constant grind, constant drive, all the way up until the point where I was able to get this identification. Matter of fact, I don't think I had an off day for 12 straight days.
During your observation, talk to us about the observation video from the BP, All-American, and the warehouse. How many hours did you spend looking at this video?
Countless hours. It's hard to put a number on it. At that time, it was like trying to put a puzzle together, literally. And I had to go down and be familiar with each angle, each vantage point, and understand the position of everyone, of course, the area. And then I had to piece it together frame by frame.
And at some point, did you create a video frame by frame to go through the video that you were able to identify the suspect number one at the time, you don't know their name, the suspect two?
Correct.
Facebook exhibit number two. And you made a compilation of the movement of suspect one and suspect two.
Yes, it's sort of like when you do a collage, when you do pictures. And from this vantage point, you'll be able to see each angle at the same time.
What video is this from?
This is gonna be from the MARTA bus. Again, you see my suspect number one, the red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans. This is the door of the MARTA bus. My suspect number one, red shirt, blue jeans, AR-15.
And if I recall correctly, this occurred around 9:15.
Correct. And we see the white letters and the do-rag. And here we see the hair coming down from the side.
It's like the people in the neighborhood were prisoners too, like unknowingly. You kind of almost had to ask permission to get in or get out. It's crazy.
This is from the northeast corner of the package store. Suspect number one, red shirt.
You see how he was doing like it was Call of Duty. Hold on a second. He had that thing like he was in Call of Duty. Look at that.
This is from the northeast corner of the package store.
He was out here. He was out there having himself a good damn time, having everybody under siege. He should have had some additional charges on top of that. Like, I don't even know what you would have. Is it terrorism? I don't know what that's called, but it's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane.
Suspect number one, red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15.
The timestamp on that?
Is 21:40 hours, 9:40.
I'm sorry. How much time did that pass between the MARTA bus and the assault on the corner?
Roughly 25 minutes. Again, my suspect number one. And see the AR-15 on suspect number one, red shirt, light pants. These are the McCords. Suspect number one entering the frame, red circle. Red shirt, blue jeans. Suspect number one, AR-15 hanging from the side.
What vantage point is that from?
This is also from the northeast corner of the package store. In that red circle, you see the white letters on the back of his shirt. This vantage point is coming from the BP.
Do you recall what time this is?
It's the same time frame. If you can also notate the white vehicle that is pulling up to the barricade. And if you pause, you see my suspect number one, white letters on the back, red shirt, light color pants. And this time the white vehicle is turning around.
After the aggravated assault against the McCords, when you see somebody walking back toward the barricade,
White letters on the back.
ever see that suspect come back from behind?
He kind of lingers in that area until the Jeep comes through.
And how much time passed between the incident with the McCords and the Jeep coming through?
I'll say approximately 4 minutes. Okay. So if you notice the white car turning around, the red circle is circling my suspect number one, white shirt, red shirt, white letters on the back. And also, if you look on the top vantage point, this is coming from the back of the warehouse. You see the white car turn around. You also use that as a landmark because you see the red circle, which is my suspect number one. And also, you see the vehicle in the bottom frame driving through. You see it in the top frame. So the light blue circle, that's Secoriea Turner's Jeep that's coming through the barricade. And also, you see suspect number one circled in red. And we never lose sight of him on each vantage point from each camera. Also, on both frames, you see the red circle, blue circle, suspect number one.
And at this time when the Jeep is coming through, are you able to see
The muzzle flash.
the muzzle flash?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shots that you were able to see being fired into that Jeep as it passed by?
2 muzzle flashes.
And how many defects were on the car?
8 defects.
So you only see 2 shots, but you have 8 defects. Explain that to me.
So as the Jeep is passing Julian Conley, the defects are going to the side of the vehicle, around to the back.
Right, but I'm going to give them the cautionary instruction.
So did he say it again last night? So day 3, there was a problem with the detective identifying Conley outside of a couple different sets of circumstances. So I wonder if he said it again. So the judge is going to have to, I mean, yeah. So they're going to leave the jury to make the determination whether he is the actual shooter. So I don't think that the detective is allowed to make the determination. It's up to the jury to make that decision. If they make the decision he's the shooter, then but either way, based on what occurred, he still can be guilty of the felony because he was in the vicinity when the shooting occurred, whether he was the shooter or the next man was the shooter. They're all responsible for murder. The person that got the 45 years didn't get murdered because he had stepped away from the barricade, although he was there for some of the other situations that happened. He wasn't there in the vicinity of the shooting when it occurred, had his gun drawn. There's no evidence to support that he was in a position shooting at the Turner vehicle.
Okay. Members of the jury, as you can see, there was an objection, and I'm just going to remind you of the charge last week. So to the extent that the witness has identified the person standing at the barricade by name as Julian Conley, I'm going to instruct you that that is a decision for you to make and no one else. You've heard the detective testify at length about his investigation and conclusions he's drawn. They are just that. They're his conclusions, and you will decide if there's sufficient evidence to determine that that is in fact the defendant at those barricades. And so the objection is sustained. Go ahead.
You got place space number 2 from the law.
It looked like the video went out for a second. Let me just run it back just a couple seconds real quick. It was weird. Hopefully the internet's not getting ready to do something weird. Okay. I mean, at this point, Detective Shepard, look, I'm not trying to be funny. I like Detective Shepard, and I understand he doesn't have an easy job. This is the thing. Detective Shepard, they have told you to stop calling out this man's name unless you want to mess up the case, unless you are there to try to do the reverse of the good work that you did. Stop calling out Conley's name. You got to get Conley's name. Just call him the suspect number 1, whatever you got to do. You don't want to mess up. You guys, 5 years to get to court. Don't mess it up now by keep calling out this man's name, because you know his legal team are with the shits, and it's going to be a problem. They really need to talk to him, tell him to slow
That
his
is
roll.
correct.
Did you ever get that AR-15 that your suspect number 1 is firing those shots at?
What's the purpose of the question? Okay, can you rephrase it?
When Julian Conley came to do that press conference, did he admit to having a weapon?
No, he did not.
Did he admit to having a weapon during the press conference?
No, he did not.
I wish the lawyers would use their microphones.
A gun in this case in regards to the shooting of Secoriea, what would you have done?
Okay, he can testify as to what he would have done in the investigation, and you've moved on from the question that the objection was based on, and that's appropriate. You can ask what he would have done had he had that, because that's about his investigation.
So if I did receive any type of weapon in this case, of course, once that weapon is received, we will do a test on it, and we will test fire it. We will test the shell casings that come out of that weapon. Also, the projectile that comes out of that weapon. Both of those will be tested and confirmed through GBI.
When you say confirm, what do you mean confirm?
So we get like what we call preliminary results. Each time a weapon is fired, that firing pin hits a shell casing, it leaves a unique marking. That shell casing will be placed in what we call nibing, and a projectile will also be tested.
Right. I get what you're saying, Petty Patty, and I remember that. All I'm saying is that it's happened several times. It's gonna be hard, but does he want you know what I'm saying? It could happen so many times that they could ask for a mistrial, and then you never know. Then you're back to square one. It doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a mistrial, but it's just one of those, if they've asked you not to do it, at the 3rd or 4th time, when is it going to be that, this isn't the first time he's ever testified. This isn't his first case. This isn't the first time that you've had to be limited in what you say, what you don't say. He knows how this thing works. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that at this point, when you have a case, you got to do your best to, if he can't do it, then he can't do it. You know what I mean? I guess we're just going to sit and watch and see how it pans out.
That's a preliminary test. It's not confirmed until it goes to the GBI, and they're able to confirm the original preliminary investigation.
Is there an examination that you can determine whether or not the shell casing you found at the scene matches the firearm that you made?
Correct. So if I did recover a weapon, I would be able to tell if the spent shell casing that we found on scene actually came from the firearm that I had in my possession.
So that testing, are you able to determine if it is a murder weapon or excluded as a murder weapon?
Either or. It can be either excluded or confirmed.
With a 99.9% certainty?
Correct.
Do you need a minute before cross-examination, or are you ready for cross? You ready for cross?
Oh God, I can't wait for this.
Okay, that's fine. Will you step out for 5 minutes? I've got something else I need to attend to anyway.
Oh God. Not another 5-minute break. Oh, but guess what? We're ahead of time. So guess what? We get to get our time back. Hold on a second. Let's see. 5 minutes. You know, 5 minutes isn't 5 minutes. Girl. 5 minutes is 5 minutes is the new 20 minutes. She said 5 minutes. 5 minutes was damn near 20 minutes, y'all. Okay, let's see.
Members of the jury, the planned arrival of your lunch is around 12:15. Okay, go right ahead.
Ooh, I wonder who's going to do is it going to be Hoover? Is it going to be Goofy Riggs? Or is it going to be the lady? Which one do you guys think? Vote now. Is it going to be Mr. Goofy in the gray, Mr. Regis? Is it going to be tight suit Roberto? Or is it going to be the lady? Which defense lawyer is coming to do the cross? Girl, we are reclaiming our time. Okay, shouts out to the esteemed Maxine Waters. Okay, we are reclaiming our time. Period. You guys think Goofy's doing it? Tight Suit's doing it? They're not giving the lady a chance. You think they're reserving the lady for females who come to sit? It's the softer, gentler side. Tight Suit Hoover. Let's see who does it. Is it going to be Goofy or Tight Suit? Let's see. Oh, it's going to be the lady.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you see me around that screen?
I can see the top of your head.
So I have a few questions for you.
I'm going to just say this. At least she knows how to use the mic, so I'm not going to complain. Looks like the lady is crossing the lady Abate against Hoover and the ball guy against the first chair. Okay. They're just mixing it up for us. Tight Sue Roberto. He's getting his lips ready. When he put his little lip balm on.
A lot of information.
Look how what's his name is sitting. Conley, suspect number 1. He doesn't even want to look at what's going on. He better be talking to Jesus right now.
About the atmosphere related to what was happening at that time in the city. And you mentioned people were upset about, I guess, some of the different events that took place. Did any of that frustration spill over to people being upset with police?
Yes, absolutely it did.
Okay. And you also mentioned that the location where this incident took place was designated as an autonomous zone.
Yes, that is correct.
When did it become an autonomous zone?
At the point that they took over the street, restricted all traffic, pedestrian or vehicle, and set up areas where they started camping, that's when it became an autonomous zone.
And so by it being an autonomous zone, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that police weren't patrolling the area, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay. So how were the police, if people had taken over the area, how were police dealing with that?
So I work in the Central Investigation Division. I don't work in the division where they're patrol division. So their patrol patterns or their directives that they were given, I was not privy to that. My total assignment was investigation.
So does that mean you don't really know what was happening in that area?
Besides them taking over the area, that is correct. Was it pertains to directives that was passed down from the chain of command? I have no idea.
And the directive that was passed down to the chain of command involved what?
I work in the Central Investigation Division. I'm not aware of any directives that came down as it pertains to that area.
So, look, I'm a little bit confused. You just mentioned the directive that was passed down to officers, but you don't know of the directive that was passed down?
That is correct. I'm not aware of any directives or any patrol patterns that was directed for that area.
But you said people were upset with police. Was there like pressure on the police? How do you know that people were upset with police?
So about a month before this particular Wendy's burned down, we had the George Floyd riots, which had affected Atlanta. After that, we had a couple other incidents leading up to Rayshard Brooks, which resulted in its own riot in that area, which burned down the Wendy's.
And there were people camping out in the Wendy's regularly, correct?
After the area was taken over, after it was burned down, that is correct.
You say that the area was taken over. But isn't it true that city council and various political figures went to the area to speak with the individuals who were there? Objection calls for speculation.
Can you restate the question?
Were there attempts to get the people to disperse from that area?
Again, I work in the Central Investigation Division. I'm not aware of any patrol patterns, any directives, any city councilman. I'm not aware of anything that affected that area.
So that means you don't know if anybody took over.
No, that is incorrect. The area was taken over and set up as an autonomous zone.
You mentioned that there were barricades there. If you're not familiar with the area, you don't know when those barricades were placed.
The barricades were placed in the area when the Wendy's burned down, and the barricades was placed around the Wendy's parking lot because the Wendy's had burned down.
Where'd you get that information?
So once the Wendy's burned down, of course, watching the news, watching social media, you can see that there was also obviously barricades placed around the Wendy's parking lot.
And you mentioned that you had hours of footage that you watched in relation to this incident, correct?
That is correct.
But you don't have any footage showing anybody bringing those barricades to that location?
Bringing barricades to that area a month prior to the shooting.
Can you have the witness be responsive to the questions asked?
Okay, well, just do your best to respond. If you need to explain your answer, let her know that.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's impossible for me to have video footage from the incident that occurred at that time when barricades was exactly pinpointed and blocked off on that street. That is impossible. My incident occurred on July the 4th. That area was set up as an autonomous zone a month prior.
And you mentioned Rayshard Brooks. You know when that happened?
I want to say it's about a month prior to July 4th. It was in June, and it was maybe a month after the George Floyd incident.
And you said you got some of your information from the news. You know when Ray Sharper's funeral was?
I have no idea.
So it wouldn't surprise you to know that the barricades were up in June during Richard Brooks' funeral.
If you say so, I have no idea. I can't confirm that.
At what time did you start watching video of this incident?
So the time frame that I got, of course, I always start when the 911 call is made, and I go a couple hours before.
How far before did you go?
Let's say the incident happened about 21:46 hours. I try to get a video a couple hours before.
How many hours? 2 hours?
Right. To your point, Shay, and if they want to really dig deep into how long this zone was autonomous, then they need to call the chief of that particular area to come and speak about the time frame and what the directives were for patrol and what was going on at the time from a police perspective. He can't give like an official word. Like he's saying, he only knows what he knows from the news. He knows what he knows as it pertains to Atlanta PD when there's a homicide. So he's not going to spend, once you get a homicide and you're working 10 other cases, you don't have time to look into what was going on 30 days prior. I guess if that becomes relevant, I guess you do, but just from a fact finding mission, I don't even know at that moment they had the time to do that because it was just so crazy. So if that's something that the defense team needs, then they need to summon someone from the police department who can speak to what was being told to the patrol teams when the barricades were set up. Whoever owns that property, did they pay for barricades? Did you notice your barricades were moved? All of the, like, ask them. This guy comes on the scene when there's a dead person. If somebody's dead, he's coming. If it's not a homicide, he's elsewhere. That's not his job.
Hours, 3 hours?
Couple hours means 2.
Thank you. And during those hours that you watched before the incident, were you able to identify how many people came to the location?
As far as the participants that's in the autonomous zone,
He's coming to testify, Petty. They said that on Friday, but I think they ran out of time.
Who were in the area of the incident?
I have no idea.
Do you know how many people were in the area of the incident that had firearms?
I would say approximately maybe a dozen or so.
And where are you getting that number from?
It's approximate. It's a guesstimation
Based on what information?
based off the video that I watched.
Okay, so you counted individuals from the video to determine how many people had firearms?
I made an estimate from watching the video of how many participants will walk around with firearms. That is correct.
The video, the individuals that you saw with firearms, did they arrive in vehicles?
I have no idea.
You didn't see anybody get off a bus with a firearm? When you watched hours of footage,
I did not see anybody get off a MARTA bus with a long rifle.
did you see people walk up with firearms to the location in the 2 hours before the incident?
From the incident, what I viewed, you see multiple people walking up and down the street freely with handguns and firearms. That is correct.
But you don't necessarily know how they arrived to that location.
That is correct.
And you mentioned being the lead investigator. When do your duties start as the lead investigator?
As soon as we received that call, that we've been advised that a person has been killed, I assume duties as a lead detective.
And the first place that you went as a result of that,
The crime scene.
which was where?
So because we had the crime scene itself, the autonomous zone was too dangerous for police to go inside, and it had to be secured. As I stated before in my testimony, we had the staging area at University and Metropolitan, and that's where we staged at before the area was secure.
So the crime scene area was University and Metropolitan?
Crime scene area was Pryor Street, 1238 Pryor Street.
What's the first thing you did when you got there?
Got to my staging area or the actual crime scene. So by the time we was able to get to the crime scene, of course, it was secure. I observed people that was living in the tents, sweeping in the area. We instructed them to stop. We immediately broke off in patterns and started looking for evidence and trying to locate evidence.
How many officers were at the scene when you arrived?
I don't know approximate number of officers, but it is documented in our case file.
Which officer secured the scene before you got there?
So the area was secured by TFOs, our tactical field officers, and that area had to be secured because of safety issues.
And what does it mean when the area is secure?
So that means the area needs to be secure. That means it's unsafe for detectives and anyone to come in and actually work the crime scene.
So that means that individuals in that area are removed from that area?
That means if individuals in that area, if they're creating that area to be unsafe, yes, they are removed from that area. And that area is secured, and it's secured and roped off for evidentiary purposes.
So there shouldn't have been anybody sweeping any streets or moving any evidence because it was secure, correct?
That is correct, but see, what you have to understand, inside this autonomous zone, there was a group that was not from Atlanta. This group, what do you want to call them, Antifa, they were hardcore protesters. This group would not move, and they were inside the parking lot, inside the private parking lot of the burned down Wendy's. So that's a totally different group from the suspect number one and his co-defendants. So that group did stay. They were not removed, but they were instructed to stay inside of their tents.
And what were those individuals?
I don't know what they were wearing. They were, I can definitely tell they were not from the area.
So let me ask you that. How do you know they weren't from the area?
So I'm from Atlanta. I grew up in Atlanta. I know the demographic of that area. This group of protesters did not fit that demographic in that area.
So let's go into that. What's the demographic of the individuals that you say weren't from the area?
So these were mostly white males and females, and they were not from, like I said, that part of town, and they were not from Atlanta.
So how many of them did you arrest for tampering with evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, this one not clear on what the relevance is to the shooting and the death of Secoriea.
Okay, explain your question.
Your Honor, the question is in reference to the information the officer gave about people sleeping at the area. At the area, on direct, he was asked whether or not he saw anybody committing any criminal offenses on the video. I'm asking him about the people that he's saying were still in the area, sleeping at the crime scene. I'm asking him what steps were taken to address those individuals to modify the crime scene.
I'll allow it.
Instructions were given to those individuals to stop, and they stopped.
So my question was, how many people did you arrest for modifying the crime scene?
Instructions were given, and they was,
Okay, were there any arrests as a result of that?
no, Your Honor.
Okay.
You said that your job as a lead detective is to collect evidence, correct?
Identify and collect evidence, that's correct.
But you didn't actually pick up the evidence yourself, correct?
That is correct. We have a crime scene tech that is trained and with that procedure of collecting evidence.
And had you watched the video prior to the crime scene personnel arriving on the scene?
Are we referring to the moment of the crime scene? Which part are you referring to?
The videos that tell you what took place, had you observed those before the crime scene techs arrived at the scene?
No, that's impossible. The video hadn't been collected yet. We're still doing our preliminary stages of working the crime scene.
So at that point, when crime scene personnel arrived, you didn't know where the crime scene took place.
No, just like any other crime scene, we don't know where evidence is. That's why we break off and we do a canvas of the area to identify items that need to be collected and identify items of evidence.
So when you got there, were the barricades still there?
Yes, I do believe there are some barricades that were still there.
Okay. Were those barricades blocking the street when you got there?
I'm not sure if they were obstructing the street, but I do remember observing some barricades in the street.
So where in your report does it document how you determine the area of the crime scene?
So that report is going to be made by a crime scene tech unit. They would come on the scene. Like I said, we do a canvas of the area, we identify the evidence, and we start to document it and collect it. I also instructed an investigator of mine to do what we call a crime scene sketch. And at that point, he is responsible for documenting the crime scene along with the crime scene tech.
So how do you determine where the crime scene tech should focus?
So everything is done simultaneously at the same time. So as we're walking and identifying evidence, it's my job as a lead detective to walk along with the crime scene tech, start to identify evidence, along with the person I instruct to be in charge of the crime scene sketch to also document it. Also, before we conclude that crime scene, we do what we call a debriefing. And in that debriefing, I go over line by line the pieces of evidence that is collected.
What happened or what took place where? Is that correct?
That is incorrect. We go to crime scenes all the time and we don't have video. Video is only a luxury sometimes in some of these crime scenes. So we still process the scene as we have it without the video.
So the day of this incident was a holiday, correct?
That's July 4th, correct?
Isn't it true that you believe some of the shell casings found could have been part of the celebration that's happening at that location?
That is absolutely a possibility. 4th of July in the city of Atlanta, there's gunshots everywhere. So it is important for us to be meticulous on how we identify evidence and where we collect evidence. That is correct.
You don't know how many of the shell casings that were located were connected to the celebration that was happening?
That is incorrect. Once we collect all the evidence and we start comparing to the actual crime scene as investigation leads from the preliminary stages and ongoing, I identified we had 7 spent shell cases that were 5.56, and as I said, as investigation goes on, a 5.56 projectile was taken out of Secoriea Turner's back.
And when did you find that out?
During the autopsy.
And when did you receive the autopsy report?
So the autopsy report is never done within a couple of days, but it's my job as a lead detective to work hand in hand with the investigator and the doctor so I can get those preliminary findings to help aid in my investigation. Their report is not signed and sealed. It takes time for their report to get done. And there's also a priority list that they have because they have other decedents in their possession that they also have to do reports.
So when did you actually get the report?
That report is going to be documented in the case file as well.
So is it accurate to say that you didn't get the report until 2 weeks after the incident?
So that could be correct. That is correct. But what's important is the information that I get in those first days of investigation from the medical examiner, which aided me in my investigation.
So where in your report does it document
So that report is going to be available inside the report. If you look at the top of the medical examiner report,
Not that report is going to be available inside of the report.
it's going to state that the doctor who signed off on the report and the date that it was completed.
So basically, he's telling you while he's also looking at the camera, you better go get that report because I don't know. It was 5 years ago. It was 200 death investigations ago. I don't know the date. If you've got something to refresh my memory, then maybe you can come with the papers. Bring me a receipt and refresh my memory. But right now, I'm not helping. Okay? Get the report yourself. That's how I'm taking it. And then he looks at the camera, y'all. Detective Shepard is not playing with these people.
That medical examiner's report doesn't say when they talk to you, is that correct?
That's a medical examiner report. That's correct. It's just documenting the actual injuries to Secoriea Turner.
Correct. So you created your own report that detailed what you did as a lead investigator, correct?
That is correct.
And so you would have documented the moment or the date that you got information from the medical examiner, correct?
That's not always true. As we get information from the medical examiner, the investigator, as I said, I know that it's going to be documented in the case file. So if they give me information, let's say where the injury is, what type of projectile is coming out, that's it important. Me documenting as I go on, as I speak to them, is irrelevant because I know it's going to be documented inside the report.
So when you were collecting evidence from the scene, you didn't have a medical examiner report, correct?
That is correct. Only thing we have is what we can collect from the scene.
And you hadn't watched video when you were collecting evidence, correct?
That is correct.
So you didn't know what you were looking for, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Let's talk about the information you did get immediately prior to receiving the medical examiner's report. You talked to witnesses, correct?
No, we call witnesses who actually cooperate. I spoke to multiple individuals who was adamant about not cooperating and not going on record for anything.
Who was Investigator McClure?
Investigator McClure is the detective who was in charge of the crime scene.
So Investigator McClure was at the scene before you?
Again, the area was roped off, so we all got at the same time because it had to be secured by TFO units.
Did you have a conversation with Investigator McClure at the scene?
Yes. I work hand in hand with the detectives on the scene, along with the crime scene techs.
You also, do you know somebody named Mike Sprinkle?
Yes,
How do you know Mike Sprinkle?
Mike Sprinkle works in the district attorney's office, Fulton County.
Did you have a conversation with Mike Sprinkle the day of the incident?
I believe so.
In reference to evidence that you discussed on the day of the incident with McClure and Mr. Sprinkle, were you told that somebody was live streaming?
It does call for hearsay. Is there an exception?
Your Honor, this is actually not for the purpose of trying to establish what's actually, it's not for the fact or the matter. It's not being presented to determine whether or not it's for the truth of the matter asserted. It's basically to determine what the officer knew at the time he made his decisions about how to proceed with the investigation based on the information he said.
You know, I would say she asked me to do this information, but not ask for the information. What was the next step to the investigation, but not only to somebody else.
Your Honor, we're actually dealing with him on cross-examination. He is the lead detective. He wasn't present at the scene. The only way he knows what happened is what.
It's like Detective Shepard's talking to us through the camera. Like, you see this bullshit? This is some shit right here. Did you see the last look he gave us? Detective Shepard, stop it. Detective Shepard, come on now, take this seriously. We can't. This has been 5 years. I'm sure you put in a lot of work. Stop looking at the camera, sir.
The lead detective he wasn't present at the scene. He knows what happened.
Okay, a little more context. Will you guys approach?
Detective Shepard is a key. All right. Okay, hold on.
So on the day of the incident,
Look at Goofy 1 and Goofy 2 off to the side.
watch surveillance video, were you made aware or of any other videos that may have been created at the time of the incident?
Are you referring to surveillance videos?
No.
What videos are you referring to?
Any other videos that were made contemporaneous with the event by people who were present?
Again, are you referring to surveillance videos?
I am not.
Okay, no, I'm not aware of any other surveillance videos except the ones I collected.
I did not say surveillance videos. Are you aware of other videos that were taken by people who were at the scene?
I'm unaware of any other videos that were taken at the scene. If I was aware of it, it would be included in the case file.
So is she talking like witness videos, Instagram lives, Facebook lives? It's like you got to be more specific, lady. Were there people who were streaming, taking pictures, capturing the event, posted it later? So I guess.
Who is ATL Kell?
I have no idea who is that a witness?
Who is ATL Kell? Why does he keep looking at the camera, y'all?
I have no idea who is. It will be included in the case file.
She said ATL Kell.
Who is ATL Kell?
I have no idea who.
Is that a T page or something? Like ATL. What is it? What's it called? The T pages.
Who is that a witness?
While you were doing your investigation, were you made aware that there were individuals at the scene dressed in all black?
Yes.
Were you aware that those individuals had been
Shell
described
Kell.
as being
Okay.
bounty hunters?
The only description that I got of males dressed in all black as dressed as bounty hunters was from Charmaine Turner, Secoria's mom.
So that's a yes.
Yes, that's the only description I got from anybody.
Were you provided pictures of individuals dressed in all black that were identified to you as the shooter?
So if you're referring to the picture that was given to me by Mr. Omar Ivory, he did provide me with a picture with two individuals circling in red, stating that these are the shooters. And he stated that he got that from second and third hand information from the internet that somebody provided him. He provided to me
So
that.
the answer is yes, you did get that picture.
Were you finished?
No, ma'am, I had.
Okay, you
just
can
a
finish your
couple.
answer. Go ahead.
So he provided that picture to me, not stating that he is saying that these are the shooters, but he provided the picture saying that this is what was told to him is the shooters. So it's unconfirmed information, social media, wherever he got that from online.
And so as the lead detective, are you the person responsible for confirming information that's provided to you?
Absolutely. As a lead detective, especially in a case like this, we get so much information. It's like drinking water from a water hose, a fire hose. So we take all the information, no matter where it's coming from, and we put it in the case files. I make a mental note of it. and if that I'm able to confirm later on through the investigation what I corroborated through witness statements or the evidence, if that information is in fact valid. So the information that he provided was placed into the case file and documented.
Okay.
He's not trying to give her nothing. He's like, nope. Was she going over there to go talk to Hoover and them? Oh, they still haven't even broke for lunch yet. Okay. He was recording on his phone. He had something. There was something we saw yesterday, and he was recording on his phone. Did they take his phone? Who knows? When he turned himself in, he probably said he lost it. He probably said it fell down a garbage chute. You know, if they had done forensics on his phone, I think they would have said something. We don't know. Maybe his team has it.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you look at this picture and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is the exact photo that he gave to me.
What do you see in it?
I see 5 individuals dressed in black, all carrying rifles, and I see a male dressed in a white t-shirt standing in the middle. 2 males are circled in red with 2 arrows coming down, and
Would you guys step out for just a minute? Okay, I'm sorry to send them out, but I just don't have enough context. So who made the marks on the exhibit?
Your Honor, I believe the witness testified that that's how he received it.
Mhm.
Whether or not he did any further investigation about whether or not Omar is the one who circled the images or put the writing at the bottom, this witness is the one who can tell us more information about it because it was provided to him.
Okay, I do think that directly calls for hearsay, but what do you say?
I agree, Your Honor. I think Omar was asked about it. Omar said he had no idea who made the writing of the mark. So we don't know where that information came from. And I think Detective Shepard has indicated they were receiving.
Right. Mr. Ivy basically got a picture. Someone gave him a picture and said it was from the scene that night, maybe to try to help them. Who knows? Maybe tried to throw him off. Who knows? Right. Omar is Miss Turner's boyfriend who was driving the car that got shot at. He got something from someone. He passed it on to the police detective. You don't ever know what that type of information is. It could be to help or to hurt. He passed it on, and that was it. He never said that these are the people. He just said someone gave me this and said it might be helpful. He didn't know. He was busy getting shot at and his girlfriend's daughter being killed. He didn't know what was going on. He said he was just trying to help. Someone gave it to him. He passed it on. At the end of the day, clearly they didn't do too much with it because it didn't match up with what the video narrative. It was probably, when you looked at the video was a stronger capture of what actually happened, seeing all the elements of the complaints line up, rather than you give me a lineup of people who maybe you want to set up for a dummy move. You know what I mean? Who knows what that picture was for? That picture could have been to send make the people on a wild goose hunt.
Thousands of social media information about it with no identity of who these people are. Put something in there then to suggest that the true eyewitnesses in this case is making identification of those individuals as being the person that shot and killed Secoriea Turner is just not accurate.
Your Honor, this is the information. I just asked the witness if he's the person who's tracking down or confirming the accuracy of the information that's provided to him. He said he is. He said he received a picture that was already marked when he got it. He was the person who's responsible for verifying that information. And we don't know whether or not he made circles, whether or not Omar made the circles, but asking him about it is how we get that information.
Did you make the circles?
No, ma'am, and Mr.
Can I see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Omar stated that he received that picture as is. He didn't make the circles.
And so if you were asked, if you were able to determine, if you looked into and were able to determine the source of the writing on that picture, what would your answer be?
I did. So as a detective, we receive hundreds, especially in a case like this, hundreds of tips, hundreds of information. I get it, I store it. But what if I took a step on making arrests on every tip I got, then I'd be arresting hundreds of people. So when I get that information, I have to corroborate it by following up with more information. As more information comes in, I can follow up and corroborate it and see if these are actually the individuals. And I follow the leads. My leads did not lead me to these two individuals. So I did what I usually do as a homicide detective. I document it and I put in the case file.
Okay, you can ask him about what he did based on the photograph, but don't go into anything written on the photograph because that is hearsay. Okay, they can come back in.
Girl, I don't know. I mean, is that a men's suit? Um, I don't know. The flap in the back is giving men's suit. Typically, women's suits don't have that type of venting in the back. Do men's suits even come like that with the venting in the back, that back panel like that anymore? Usually it's down the back. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. I'll tell you that. It's not bad, but I don't like the tailoring. If she bought a men's suit at the vintage spot, she should have bought that for some tailoring. It's just it's not doing anything but other than just it's serving its purpose of clothing, you know.
Based on the photograph, but don't go into anything written on the photograph because that is hearsay. Okay.
She might like a little androgynous kind of men's tailoring look or something. Who knows? It's not doing what she, you know what I'm saying? It's not doing much. Not to criticize overly, but it's not giving. If she thinks she's serving, it's not.
Come back in.
Your Honor,
Mhm.
in reference to the statements that the officer just gave about Omar being able to identify the individuals that he says were the shooters, he actually recorded his interview with Omar, and we would like to play that for impeachment purposes.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, let's take that up over lunch. You have it now? Okay. Is it, you guys have that?
I mean, they provided it to us, Your Honor.
Are you going to follow up on that question, or are you trying to play your exhibit? Okay. Before we play the exhibit, let's make sure everybody's on the same page. Is the exhibit in evidence already, or it was just provided in discovery? Okay, so we're going to have to handle that outside the jury's presence, probably. Okay, but go ahead and follow up with that.
So they're trying to introduce some sort of a video to impeach. Back on topic. I mean, how the lady's suit is, I mean, it's not horrible. It's just, it's whatever. It could be a vintagey type suit or something. Anything looks better with tailoring. So, but that's, but they're trying to introduce a piece of video. I just wonder if they can even do that. It's not really their go. They didn't bring up the video in the original presentation of this witness. And if it's a different video and you're trying to impeach the witness, based on what? I guess based on introducing this picture and making it that he didn't watch enough video. I guess this is where they're going to try to introduce the alternate shooter. At the end of the day, though, as it pertains to Conley was there at the barricade, you guys, and he was at the barricade when the vehicle was shot into. He's still going to be a party to the crime, whether he was the shooter or not. He can get it. So he still would have a murder charge, whether he actually shot Secoriea or not.
So the picture that you have in front of you, I think I was asking you where you got that picture.
So the driver of the Jeep Cherokee, when it was shot by suspect number one, provided me this picture, but that he received from social media.
And under what circumstances did he give you that picture?
In an attempt to try to help and assist. He said that he was multiple.
Don't go into anything that he said.
Yes, ma'am.
No hearsay.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you face to face when he provided you that picture?
I was.
Can you describe the individuals that you see that? I would object to going into the content of the picture because it was not in evidence. He did it earlier, but it was not appropriate.
It's not in evidence.
It's not in evidence. Your Honor, the witness stated that he provided that picture. He said that he's responsible for following up on information that's provided to him. In terms of what he did after receiving the picture, we have to know what the picture says that would make him take offense to that.
Okay, we can't go into the contents of the picture if it's not in evidence. So you have to try to lay a foundation to put it in evidence.
So you're up there presenting a picture that you just pulled out your box of tricks. It's not admitted into evidence. Has it even been submitted to the other side? So that's what she was talking to the other attorneys about when the body turned around. It's not even part. Is it part of your discovery? Well, I guess it would be. He said it's part of his evidence file. Did you pull it as a piece of defense evidence? So it's part of the detective, it's part of the file. It's not admitted into evidence. She went over to show it to the prosecution team. I don't understand what is the video that they're trying to show admitted into evidence? Is it part of the discovery? Like, what are they doing?
Your Honor, we'll return to the picture.
Okay.
So,
What'd she say? They're withdrawing the picture?
Your Honor, we'll return to the picture.
Okay.
So,
Did she say we'll return or we'll withdraw it? Girl, I couldn't hear her.
you said you received several tips
Embarrassing. I'll just take that. Just forget I tried to. Yeah, they tried it. um, we'll return to. We're gonna look at Detective Shepard. Stop looking at us.
Telling you that the people were dressed in all black who were responsible for the shooting.
Objection. Cost of hearsay. She's just asking, like, did you get descriptions? And asking her, I don't even know who she's talking about. And giving that information.
Okay, he testified previously that the victim's mother gave a description that the jury's already heard repeatedly. You can go into that because she testified, but if it's descriptions from other people who aren't witnesses, there's going to be a proper hearsay objection, I assume. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
You set up a tip line to assist.
Yes, there was a Crime Stoppers tip line that's available for every homicide that occurs in the city.
And how is that tip line?
So if you want to remain anonymous, you're able to call this tip line, and it is a strict anonymous tip line. You can give your information. Your name and date of birth is not, or phone number is not recorded, and you're given some type of PIN number, and that's the PIN number that you go by. And that is kept under strict confidence to the point that we don't even get that information as detectives.
And what do you do with that information that you receive from that tip line?
So with any tip that we get in any case, I document it. I make a mental note of it. And as my case progresses, if anything that's fruitful comes up and that can corroborate that tip, I will follow up on that. And most of the time, the tips, I will follow up on those tips as well.
Did you get any descriptions from those tips?
So the content of the Crime Stoppers,
Going into, you don't know who gave those tips. You just said it's anonymous. You can be anyone that gives false tips. I just don't think it's appropriate to ask this detective if they know they were tips.
I didn't ask him who gave him the tip. I asked him, did he get descriptions from the tip? He's set up, he's described what he's done with regards to his investigation. I'm trying to flesh out what he's done with regards to his investigation.
Okay, I think you can ask if he received descriptions. I don't know if there's a foundation right now or whether it would be admissible right now, given what you've already gotten from him about what the description was.
My question was, did he get descriptions?
so the content of the Crime Stoppers, of course, is anonymous. And if I receive information and if that information does not lead to any fruitful investigation, speaking about it in open court or speculating on that is not fair to the tipster, and it compromises integrity of the entire process of being anonymous. So the tips that I do receive that do become fruitful, they are documented in the case file. The tips that I don't receive, they are not documented in the case file.
What's the NFAC?
I have no idea what that acronym is.
Are you familiar with a group called Not Fucking Around Coalition?
Wait, hold on. I missed that. What?
What's the NFAC?
In the case, they are documented in the case file. The tips that I don't receive, they are not documented in the case file.
What's the NFAC?
I have no idea what that acronym is.
Are you familiar with a group called Not Fucking Around Coalition?
I vaguely heard that acronym, but I wasn't familiar with the acronym, but I heard the name.
Isn't it true that you asked Mr. McKinney if he was a Not Fucking Around Coalition?
Objection.
Remember, this is in reference to what he asked, not what somebody else said. I'm asking him what did he ask.
He's asking what Mr. McKinney responded to.
I didn't ask that.
Did you ask anything about that?
Did I
That
ask?
group? Did you ask anyone anything about that group?
So during my investigation, of course, during my canvas, I heard the name, not the acronym, come up a couple of times. So it's not unusual for me to ask anybody that I'm interviewing about this group, because that is part of my investigative leads to follow up on information that I get. And when I follow up on the information, it becomes fruitful, then I keep going with it.
Okay, you can ask that question. You're satisfied? Okay.
So what do you know about the not fucking around police?
I don't think I've heard that name since 2020.
What do you know about the police?
Absolutely nothing.
So you don't know that they wear all black.
I believe description from the 2020 and during my investigation that these guys wear all black, but I wasn't familiar with them before, and I haven't heard of them since then.
So you don't know that they were in Atlanta at this time of your incident.
Again, my answer, I had no idea who these people were before, and I had no idea that they were in Atlanta. I'm in the investigation division. I'm not aware of that type of intelligence. That's a totally different unit.
You mentioned in your direct examination that you made flyers to disseminate to the public. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on those flyers, you put a description, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your flyers describe people wearing all black dressed like bounty hunters?
That is correct.
Isn't it true you passed out 400 of these flyers?
In total, 400. That is correct, approximately.
Had you watched the video of the incident before you passed out those flyers?
I did, and once I received that information of people dressed like bounty hunters, I looked on camera and see if I can find anybody dressed like bounty hunters in all black. And indeed, I did see several individuals dressed in all black looking like bounty hunters. I wish that was my investigative step. I've seen it. Of course, when it got dark, I was not able to identify anyone.
So when it got dark, you mean the time of day?
Correct.
And what time was that?
The time of the incident, 21:46 hours, when suspect one fired his multiple rounds AR-15 into this inside of Jeep of Secoriea Turner.
He's like, look, stop trying to change the narrative. I'm sticking with it's your client. Did you see how he just added that little bit to the end? Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, it was at 21:46 when suspect number one shot into the
Suspect one wearing red shirt, white letters, light blue pants, AR-15.
How many individuals at the location on the night of the incident who were celebrating the 4th of July were dressed in items that you didn't document?
Can you be more specific on your question?
Sure. Did you create a list, some type of catalog of what people were wearing at the scene?
Not a written list, but mentally, I was able to notate that, of course, multiple males dressed in all dark colors, black. Of course, suspect one stood out with his bright red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, and AR-15. He was the only one wearing this particular outfit, and that made him stand out from everyone in that barricade and out there that night.
And so the fact that you said he stood out, he wasn't wearing a mask, was he?
No mask, that's correct.
He didn't seem like he was trying to hide his face, did he?
That is correct. He was not trying to hide his face.
In reference to other individuals that you saw in that video, were they wearing masks?
Some individuals were wearing masks.
Clothing. Were some individuals wearing kind of like vests, like police wear?
Can you be more specific?
Body armor, some type of protective, what would be considered Kevlar vest, some kind of vest over their clothes.
To look like a bounty hunter? Yes.
How many of those did you see?
There's a couple of them.
Two?
Two to three, approximately. I think a safe number would be 2 to 4.
And were they carrying firearms?
Yes.
So when you saw them on camera, they were carrying firearms dressed like bounty hunters.
Correct. When you see the MARTA bus driving into the area, you see multiple individuals dressed just as she described, pointing their rifles at the bus.
What steps did you take to identify those individuals?
I took every step, the same step I was able to try to identify suspect number one, wearing a red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15. However, I was unable to identify those other subjects because they wore darker clothing, and I was not able to identify them.
Did you put those pictures on the news?
No, we only put pictures on the news where I can get some fruitful information. Putting a picture of a blob of just black is not going to do anything for the case.
So you saw individuals dressed in all black. You see descriptions of people wearing all black who were the shooters. They had firearms, but you didn't put their picture.
That is correct. Again, we don't put pictures on the news, or we can't possibly get any identification. It makes absolutely no sense to do so.
You mentioned that crime scene techs come to the location.
I mean, let me just say this. The picture that they did put on the news, one person's mom came home from vacation, saw somebody that looked like her son, and called in and said, "We coming downtown because I want to clear my son's name. He just got 40 years, okay, to do 20." The other person got his picture on the news, and his mom called her friend or someone she knew named Jackie Patterson, the lawyer, the fly lawyer, the Bentley attorney, and went ahead and went downtown with a bag of underwear and socks. Okay. So apparently, Detective Shepard knew what he was doing, because the pictures that he put out, the people just came. They didn't have to go knock down doors and go do anything. The people just, they came. The mom started turning the sons in. So those must have been some good pictures, right? Because you know what was going to happen? If mom saw her child, 9 times out of 10, auntie, your friend, somebody else was going to see your child, and then they were going to turn a tip in, and they were going to end up coming to knock down your door. The SWAT team, or whoever, violent apprehension team. So it was probably to their advantage to go ahead and do that. So those were some effective pictures now.
Is it you calling them, or how do you get the crime scene tech?
Well, it depends. The responsibility of the patrol officer when he arrives on scene, of course, a regular scene, not a scene of such as this nature. The first is make it safe. And if he's able to do so, he's making it safe. He's going to secure that area. He's going to request additional units if he need it. They're going to put up crime scene tape. They will extend the barrier if they need to. At that point, they will notify crime scene techs and also homicide if it's a homicide, and let us know and give us a preliminary what they observed on scene.
So, did you know which crime scene techs were going to meet you out at the location?
Usually when we raise crime scene techs, like I said, that night we had a lot of shootings. So it just depends on who shows up. I believe that particular night, crime scene tech Hollis responded.
And remind me, what did Hollis do?
So again, when a crime scene tech arrives on scene, either me or the detective that I instruct to take care of my crime scene will go through the crime scene with the crime scene tech, identify markers, identify leads that need to be documented, leads such as evidence. That evidence will be documented with a marker, and we do a walkthrough, we photograph. As we go, we may find more. It just, that process continues. I've been on crime scene, we had 200-300 markers. It just depends on the crime scene.
So, you're in a Pharaoh scan.
I'm not familiar with a Pharaoh scan in the Atlanta Police Department. But I believe you're referring to, I'm not familiar with that, no ma'am.
Okay,
I've been a detective 15 years. I've been a homicide 11.
So you're not familiar with the fact that Atlanta Police Department uses a technology that measures the whole crime scene review?
I work 500 crime scenes in the city of Atlanta, and we have never used a Faro scan. We document our crime scene sketches by hand, the old school fashioned way.
So it wouldn't surprise you that there was a Faro scan done in this case?
It wouldn't surprise me if they requested it from the GBI, and that's not unusual either. We request crime scenes of this nature. We do ask outside agencies to come in, so that's not unusual.
Okay. And so, but you as the lead detective, you didn't ask for a Faro scan?
No, me as the lead detective, again, I asked the lead of one of my co-workers, Detective McClure, to document the crime scene with a crime scene sketch. That's what was documented, and that was what I put in the case file. As far as a Faro scan, if a different agency did that, that's, like I said, that's not unusual.
So, and I've never been a police officer, as a lead detective, are you not the person that is kind of like running the show of gathering all the evidence and following up on whatever's necessary to solve the case?
Well, as a lead detective, absolutely. It's also my job to delegate jobs to other detectives, because a crime scene such as this nature is very difficult to work. So I delegate jobs, in particular this case, to Detective McClure, so he can sketch and work my crime scene.
So, did Detective McClure give you any information about a Faro scan being done on this crime?
Again, I don't have any notation in my report that a Faro scan was completed.
So you don't even know how a Faro scan would have been helpful in this case?
I mean, through deduction and reasoning, where you're using it, I'm sure it's some type of crime scene scan. I've heard of a scan used by the GBI. I know what the name is called, a Faro scan, but you set the scan up and they do scan the crime scenes. We don't have that type of technology because, like I said, we do it the old school way. We sketch by hand.
So it's safe to say that you didn't review said Faro scan that was created in this case?
That's incorrect. It's safe to say that I review my case file, and in my case file, there's a folder for crime scene tech, crime scene sketch. And in my folder for crime scene sketch, there's a handwritten crime scene sketch completed by the detective that I delegated that information to. So my case file is complete.
So my question was,
Why doesn't she get up off her behind and show? I'm thinking the same thing too, Detective Shepard. Why doesn't she get off her behind and bring the binder or the report that she's trying to play I gotcha on and show him what she's talking about? Like creating this adversary type of situation, it doesn't, I don't think it's making him look bad because he's maintaining his composure. It really makes the defense sound like they don't know what they're talking about. And it also makes it seem like she's playing gotcha with him and he's standing his ground on his protocol of what he does and the person who managed the file. So it just either sounds like she's using a different name or show him what you're talking about. Would this refresh your memory? Is this something you've seen? Okay, we're going to go ahead and admit this evidence. We, it just doesn't like, lady, show him what you're talking about.
did not review Faro scan?
That is incorrect again. I have no knowledge of a Faro scan being inside of my case file. So there was no Faro scan for me to review.
So if there was a Faro scan in your case file, you would know about it, correct?
Absolutely.
So if you have a Faro scan to show you for this case file, you could confirm that it's part of this case file.
Now, I would suggest you can contact the detective who operated the Faro scan to come in and confirm his work with the Faro scan. I can only confirm the work that came under me, which was the crime scene sketch. So if you have a Faro scan, please contact that detective, bring that detective in so he can testify to his Faro scan.
So, okay, let's go to something. The pictures that were taken of this crime scene, did you review those?
Yes.
You know who took all of those pictures?
On the crime scene, Detective Hollis.
Okay. You know other crime scene texts, pictures, other than Detective Hollis?
That is correct.
Did you see Burgundy suit? Write that note. They're probably having a key at that table. Hold on. Did you catch it? Look at Burgundy suit. Okay. Hold on. Let me go. Look at Burgundy suit.
Okay.
Look at his hand.
You know other crime scene texts, pictures, other than Detective Hollis?
That is correct. While the Jeep that was shot by suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, AR-15. That Jeep was at Atlanta Medical Center. I requested a crime scene tech to respond to that location and photograph that vehicle as is. So that is correct. Also, the vehicle was transported to Atlanta Police Homicide Cage, was secured. A search warrant was obtained for that. And another crime scene tech responded to that scene and processed the actual crime scene of the vehicle. That's what the GS.
You know, he wrote some mess on that Post-it note because it was giving, this note is getting ready to be very messy, and don't laugh. We laugh on the inside while we're in court. While we're in court, we don't laugh on the outside. We laugh on the inside.
And the photographs. That is correct. So there'd be multiple crime scene techs on homicide investigations, and that is not unusual.
Okay, so is it accurate that 2 different crime scene techs took pictures of the same Jeep?
That is very accurate, correct.
Is it also accurate that a video was made of the same Jeep that you already had pictures taken of, correct?
That is correct. Detective Bender responded to Atlanta Medical Center. She also documented the Jeep with video. So we have video and crimes photographs.
Okay. At what point in your investigation did you review the photos from all of those crime scene texts?
As soon as the photos became available, I started reviewing them.
Do we have a date for that?
It was within 3 or 4 days.
What was the purpose of having 2 different crime scene texts and I believe the detective take a video of the same?
This is a murder of an 8-year-old child. You cannot have enough documentation. So if I would have had 10 crime scene techs documented, then I would have. But we're going to document everything, and we're going to make sure we document it as is.
So how many detectives reviewed the videos that you said you watched?
I'm not sure how many detectives. I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the videos.
Multiple pictures were taken, and we can't have enough people taking pictures. But you're the only person who watched the video?
I think you're confusing the two. The crime scene photos were taken by multiple crime scene techs. Yes, multiple crime scene techs. The video that was secured from the security videos, I personally started going through them because that is my job as a lead detective.
So you know that multiple people took pictures, but you don't know how many people looked at the video?
Again, I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the video from the raw footage, the security videos that's collected.
You also mentioned pictures taken of the Jeep at an evidence cage. What is that?
That's what we call our crime scene cage. Anytime there's a crime committed, there's a vehicle in question, it is secured in our police cage Once it's secured under lock and key, we obtain a search warrant to go process that vehicle.
And then what happens to it?
Well, so once it's finished, completed being processed, and once we get everything we need from it, that vehicle is then removed from the cage.
And when was this vehicle removed from the cage?
I don't know the exact date it was removed from the cage, but it is documented in the case file.
You mean the case file being the file that you created?
Correct.
So the lead supplement or your lead investigative report?
It's either in the lead supplement report, it's documented in a warrant that was obtained for that date that the search was completed.
Report here. Can you look at it and tell me when that vehicle was removed?
So that report is not going to be in this case file. It's not be in this lead supplement. Again, it's going to be in the date that the warrant was obtained. And I believe that warrant was obtained by Detective Barry.
So being a lead detective, that date listed in your report.
Again, that date is documented when a search warrant was completed. So either way, it's going to be documented in the case file. It's going to be memorialized some type of way, whether either sit in lead supplement or some type of warrant. In this case, it's a search warrant.
So the dates that search warrants are obtained are not in your report?
The date that the search warrant is obtained is in the report.
And the date that the search warrant is executed, not in your report?
The date that the search warrant is obtained and executed is going to be documented in the case file. If not in my lead supplement, it'll be in a report for the warrants.
So as the lead detective, aren't you responsible for compiling all the information?
Absolutely. So everything was compiled, it was put in the case file, and it is documented.
So the case file is not the report that you create?
What you just put on the table, ma'am, that's just a lead supplement. That is not the entire case file. If you go through the case file and go through the section that says warrants, you can see and observe when the warrant was taken out for this particular vehicle.
Okay. Oops.
I don't need to. It's memorialized and documented with a warrant in the case file.
I mean, it's just giving in 2025, the lead detective is like in corporate terminology, it's like a project manager. So there might be 10 and different departments and different analysts and different stakeholders and all of the things. And ultimately, it's your job to get everything done. It's not your job to do everything. Your job is to make sure that the key components are done. And there's very specific things that are your job as the lead detective. And I think that's what I'm understanding, because if we don't understand anything from Detective Shepard's testimony, is that there are things that are his job and things that are not his job. But it's all going to be in the case file. Okay? And he's going to make sure it gets to the case file because that's his job as the lead detective. And one of his jobs is, on top of making sure all the documentation is there and all of the people get their jobs done for the case file, is to do things like, one, review surveillance video. Okay? That's one of his, because that's how you're going to identify potentially your suspects, on top of many other things, right? It's like, lady, are you not listening? We can hear it. I don't understand why she can't.
So in terms of being,
she's trying to, like, all I can really say is she's trying to make him look bad. She's trying to confuse the jury, maybe. And she's trying to make it look like there's some things he did not do, but he is very much sticking to the script of, this is my job, this is what I do, this is what goes in the case file, and he's not giving her anything else. She's definitely trying to confuse the jury, like trying to make it seem like he slacked on his job, he didn't follow up on evidence, and basically what you had in your hand wasn't evidence then, it's not evidence now. She's trying to put doubt in the air in terms of him not doing his job. And that's what defense attorneys do. I mean, that's her job. Obviously, her job isn't to be there to convict her client, but she's not, I don't think she's asking relevant questions. I don't think that she's not getting deeper evidence. If she wants to be able to flush out why didn't you pursue other possible potential suspects? There are 3 people here that you did not look into. Why don't you focus on that? That's my thing. If their goal is to flush out suspects that were not investigated, talk about that.
You talk to people and you take steps to try to solve this case. What does your report contain?
My report is pretty much like a roadmap, what would you say, a lead supplement. And that roadmap is going to tell you how I got from point A, B, C, all the way to Z. Whether that case is closed or not, particularly if it's not closed and it turns into a cold case, a detective can pick it up whether it's 5 years or 20 years later and be able to follow that roadmap all the way through. Within that roadmap, if you look at my lead supplement.
You know what would have been good? When they had that picture and they said, "You see that person with the handgun? Who's that?" "Oh, we weren't able to identify that person." "Does that person appear to have a gun in their hand?" "Yes, they do." "Did you get any tips related to that person?" "No." "Do you know if that person's gun was fired that night?" "No." "Do you have a bolo out for that person?" "Well, we weren't able to get a good ID on that person, but based on the ballistics, we know that the type of bullet that Secoriea was shot with the gun that suspect number 1 had." "Okay, do you see this person?" "Okay, yes, we see that. But did that person have a rifle too?" "Yes." "Did you get to investigate that person?" "No, we did not have cooperation from the people that were on the scene." You could identify, if you're able to identify 1, 2, 3 people and ask, "Hey, did you see this person? This person had a gun. Were you able to identify this person?" "No, we weren't able to identify this person." Is there still the tip line open or whatever for that person if that person were to come? All of those things. Like, there's a different way to be able to handle this rather than try to make it seem like he didn't do his job from a paperwork perspective when you're trying to, I think, attack the investigation. Like, it sounds like he knows he buttoned everything up from a paperwork perspective, but if there were people who they could not find and you want to put reasonable doubt that one of those 3 people could have been a shooter, okay, that definitely makes sense. But on top of that, regardless if that's the case, because Connolly was at the scene of the barricade, it almost doesn't matter because he was committing a felony or had committed felonies that night anyway. And then on top of the new felonies with the Turner truck and then the murder of the child, you getting a murder charge anyway because you're a party to the crime, whether he shot into the truck or not.
Is going to notate everything that I did and which particular folder was placed in. So that's going to give that detective, also me, if I need to pick this case up later, where I need to find such documents.
So when you talk to witnesses, you document what information you get from them that helps you with your investigation?
Absolutely. I document the date and the time, and it is recorded. It is placed in the case file, and it's documented in my lead supplement, the date that I talked to him, the time, and I also make a notation that it is not verbatim. It is only a summary of that statement.
Okay. So, how many times did you speak to Mr. McCord about what happened?
I believe 2 times.
And isn't it true that he told you the person who came to his door had a shotgun?
Correct. Also, suspect number one wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, light pants, AR-15, and a satchel. He advised that that male was standing at his door. He identified that male from the news.
Didn't he tell you that the person standing at his door with an AR-15 was a dark-skinned male?
Mr. McCord stated that the male that was standing at his door was suspect number one, wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15, light blue jeans, and that was standing on the news beside his lawyer. The news that we just watched earlier. That's who Mr. McCord identified as standing at his door making threats. Suspect number one.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. McCord that you would show him a lineup? That was the next step, was for you to show him a lineup?
Absolutely. That was after the first time I spoke with him. I absolutely did.
Where is that in your report that you went back and showed him a lineup?
So there was no lineup shown. There's no need for a lineup because he identified him from the news. At that point, of showing him a lineup would be suggestive. Why would I show a lineup when he's already identified him on the news? That makes no sense.
So the person that you're saying was identified was the person you put on.
Suspect number one who identified himself on the news wearing a suspect number one who identified himself on the news wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel. He identified himself on the news. He made the nexus between him and what's on the news. That is correct.
Isn't it also correct that on direct examination, you stated that the assault that Mr. McCord endured happened off camera?
No, that is incorrect. The assault that happened to Mr. McCord's is plainly viewed what we already viewed on the cameras. Suspect number one was circled. Suspect number two was circled. The first interaction is right off camera. But as he pulled into the parking lot, we plainly see suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel, walk into the parking lot, point his AR-15 at the couple as they retreated and tried to leave, along with his co-defendant, suspect number two.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. McCord couldn't identify anybody other than the person with the shotgun who was standing at his window?
So I can't speak to what I'm surprised. I can only speak to what Mr. McCord told me and what his statement provided to me. If he provided another statement at another time to another investigator, I can't testify to that. I can only testify to what he testified to me and how he identified suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel.
Did you listen to McCord's 911 call?
I did.
So you heard him in the 911 call say, I had a shotgun in my face.
That is correct.
You don't have any video showing Julian in the same frame as Mr. McCord.
So you're referring to your client, are we referring to suspect number one, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans?
The video that was shown that you referred to. Mr. McCord is not in that video when you see the person in the red shirt. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. You see the Mr. McCoy's in the parking lot of the liquor store. You see suspect number one and suspect number two walk into the parking lot, pointing their firearms at the McCoys as they were trying to retreat and leave from the scene.
Yes.
I mean, they could have objected 10 times now to him repeating red shirt, red shirt, blue jeans, black satchel, do-rag. You know what I mean? They could have objected to that, but the defense won't do it. I don't know. of all the things that they could be objecting to, they could be objecting to that. They know he's being snarky with that, but they won't object to that. You think it's McAllister's, or you think they got them Panera? You think they got them the deli down the street? They got some Jersey Mike's. They ordered from the cafe. They got them Panera, little broccoli soup, and the pig two chips or an apple. Okay. Oh, let's get our time. Let's get our time. Oh, did they go ahead and take lunch on us? How rude. How rude. They took lunch on us, guys. But look at this. Look at this, guys. 54 minutes. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We're jumping ahead like about almost an hour. Okay, we're at time right now. Hold on. Okay. Let me put a little. Okay. Did you guys get some lunch? You guys were eating as we were talking? So rude. So rude. Ew. Okay. Okay, you guys, we're on lunch break right now. Give me a minute. If you need to take a comfort break, please feel free to do so. Move about. Go get some water. Go refresh your ice. Let me go let the dogs out. Okay, we're gonna take a little comfort break. Okay, yes. Period. All right. Some cool jazz for lunch. Okay. Yes. Why not? Okay. Don't be surprised, girl. As if. We have some hold music. Yeah, let's not miss our whole comfort break. Let's take 10 and we'll come back and talk. We'll resume. They're supposed to be resting their case this afternoon. We're going to see. Are they going to be on time? The defense is going to be putting on their case tomorrow. There's Mr. Conley with Goof A, the Goof Troop. Okay. The Goof Troop defense team. Don't worry, Secoriea. We got you. We holding you down, sis. We got you. Her mom is there. Maybe it's her grandma. Okay. The Goof Troop defense team, baby. Yes. We're going to take a little comfort break. So you guys, oh wait, let me make sure my music is on loop. Yes. I didn't want to make it too loud for y'all. Let's see. Is it going to restart? I think it's going to restart. Okay. All right, guys. We'll be back. Guys, you're not gonna believe it, but they already came back. Can you believe it? That they're like, we are right on time. We're like few minutes behind, but I don't think the jury is back in yet. They're just talking, so the jury might still be eating. But they're back. Let's get into it. Let's hear the talk. I love being a little bit behind because that way we don't deal with the breaks. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that nice? We lost some of our audience, but they'll be back. Okay, let's hear what's going on. Is everybody back? Should I give it a couple minutes? And yeah, we weren't even gone long, y'all. We didn't even get a 10-minute break. Okay? The jury in the clouds, okay? The court of public opinion. All right, let's get into it. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Goofy's talking.
Okay.
I guess where my confusion is Omar didn't deny saying that when he was on. So I understand they're trying to impeach the investigator, but his recollection, Omar said, but you're impeaching an investigator.
Thank you so much, sis, for turning on the microphone. Sounds like it's been off all day. Thank you. Now you use it when you get up, okay?
With extrinsic evidence. It's not anything that this detective said. It's Omar's statement. So it's an improper use of impeachment.
Okay.
Okay, PW. Have a good afternoon, hun.
Okay, I think the proper way to impeach the detective would be through Mr. Ivory. So he was released, wasn't he? You could certainly do what you want to do with Mr. Ivory on the stand if you want to bring him back, or if anybody's going to bring him back. But I don't think I can let you do it this way. So I understand what you're trying to get to, and I'm not saying it's improper. If you want to play that for the detective before the jury comes in, to refresh his recollection and see if he still sticks to that, not going into the details, but say, you said this before, do you still, having listened to a recording I played for you, do you still adhere to that? You could do that. You want to bring him in and let him hear it? Okay, do you agree with that? Any objection from the state to letting him hear that and see if he's? Okay. But I think in terms of the content, it's almost impeachment, but not quite. Okay, but you want to bring him in? Is he outside? Okay.
Why is it that the judge had to tell her what to do? I mean, obviously the judge is directing the courtroom, but at the end of the day, is this lady not maybe she's not super experienced, I don't know, but wouldn't her colleagues who are tenured give her the clues of how to get to where she's trying to go? If we as the jury in the clouds know what she's like, you know what I mean, relatively what she's supposed to do to introduce that introduce that evidence or to impeach the witness, but is she just trying to make it seem like his investigation is faulty? But whose client turned themselves in? How is it that the detective's investigation is faulty when Mr. Conley bought his ass in with underwear, t-shirts, and socks? Can you tell me that? Hold on a second. Let me show y'all something. For those of you who have not seen, before we get all the way into it, so we can get a little bit of extra time up under our belt, Oh, they did run this. Okay. Hold on.
Simply because once we identified him as the person being in that picture.
Good question I wasn't on, but you said, if he, I can ask you a question I wasn't on, but you said if he was a person of interest before, why is he a suspect now?
Simply because once we identified him as the person being in that picture, we refused to talk to the police. So they felt like since we refused to talk, they'll go ahead and issue a felony murder warrant. And that's what happened in this case. He's being arrested solely because he refused to cooperate.
So you saying this is retaliatory?
Absolutely. It's no question. If they had evidence that he killed this child, they would have certainly made an arrest before now. But they decided that once I identified him as the person in that picture and we wouldn't cooperate, then they decided, let's show him. We're going to issue a murder warrant.
And he's still saying he didn't shoot anyone?
Absolutely. He never fired a weapon at all that day.
And why did he have a gun out there?
Because the Second Amendment to the Constitution says you have a right to carry a weapon in the public. And that's what he was doing, exercising the Second Amendment right.
What's that in the bag?
Those are the things that clean underwear and things like that, because we know it's going to be a while. So we want to make sure that he has underwear and T-shirts.
And he told me the other day, I don't know if he said, Secoriea had her funeral today. Anything you want to say to the family?
Not at all. He just simply hate that child lost her life.
And I know you said Second Amendment was allowing him to have that gun out there, registered licensed gun owner for that gun?
He just has a right to carry a weapon in public. You don't need a license to do that. Thank you.
Well, it was a rifle, not a handgun, but still, it's just, come on now. And so he's walking in with his underwear, shorts, and he said, "This is my client, y'all." Whoever said that Jackie Patterson was not his, now, whatever their deal was, I don't know, but did y'all just hear Jackie Patterson say, "This is my client"? He said what? Okay, is that Shepard? Was Shepard a little heavier back then? That might have been Shepard. Look at him. You see Shepard in this. Shepard was a little bit thicker back then. Shepard done lost some weight. Okay, Shepard. Shepard's coming in from behind. Shepard was thick. Shepard looked like he could be Roberto's cousin. Hold on.
That he killed this child, they would have certainly made an arrest before now. But they decided that once I identified him as the person in that picture and we wouldn't cooperate, then they decided, let's show him. We're going to issue a murder warrant.
He's still saying
well, I'm going to say this. Are we sure who? Are we sure that that's Shepard, the detective right there? Well, he is the lead detective, and the person of interest on the bolo is turning himself in. So it would behoove him to be there when your number one suspect is turning himself into the sheriff's department, right? I don't know for sure, because the quality is not amazing, but if there's going to be a detective there, it could be him. I mean, Shepard does give those attributes, and plenty of people lose weight. He could have lost 100 pounds. You know what I'm saying? It's giving. I mean, he would have had to lose a good 100, 120. Because he definitely looks at least 100 pounds lighter.
Because the Second Amendment to the Constitution says you have a right to carry a weapon in the public. And that's what he was doing, exercising the Second Amendment right.
Now, to carry a rifle, you need to check your state. But in certain states, you don't need a license to carry a rifle. A handgun, yes. A rifle, no. You have to, it depends on the type of firearm it is. But specifically like a hunting rifle, no, you don't. Do that in New York State or New York City, you're going to have problems, but it depends on your state. Remember, this is Georgia, not, this is other states have other rules about how you carry, what you can carry, and all of those things. So don't take what they do in Georgia for what they do in Ohio or Missouri or Texas. You know what I'm saying? Or, wherever else, Montana,
Those are the things that clean underwear and things like that, because we know it's going to be a while. So we want to make sure that he has underwear and T-shirts.
Do you get to keep your, I guess you get to keep your personal stuff. You just have to wash your stuff in the toilet. Ugh. Okay. That looks like you think that looks like it might be Shepherd. I don't know for sure. Cause it looks like it's him just from the aspect of maybe he lost 100 pounds. It could be somebody else though. You know what I mean? All right. So we saw the little interview again. Let's get back to live court. Okay. Is everybody back? All right. Let's get back, guys. All right. Let me let my dogs in. Uh-oh, there goes Joe. Look at Joe. He's probably going, hey, I got some stuff to talk to you about, Nesto. You got a minute? I'm just gonna say Hoover and them, my opinion, I feel like they do messy defense work. Joe looks like period. Okay, he does. All right, let me go get these doggies.
Hold on 1 second.
He's thick, but he's not as thick as he used to be. He might have joined the little walking club in his neighborhood.
There's a little bit more cross-examination for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. If you'll remind him of what the purpose that what he said that is causing you to play this for him.
So previously, Detective, you were asked whether or not Mr. Ivory identified individuals who committed shot. You stated that he wasn't able to identify those individuals. Is that right?
No, my statement was he provided me photograph of the two individuals circled, and he stated that he received that photograph from the internet, and these are the two.
On direct examination, you stated that he wasn't identified. He wasn't able to identify who shot at him, correct?
As it pertains to the photograph, or just his statement, period? Okay, the only statement that I received from him is stated that he provided the photograph with those two individuals circled, and he believed those are the individuals that did it. That photograph came to him already circled from the internet.
So, if we have your audio interview with Mr. Ivory, would that refresh your recollection about what he said?
Sure would.
I don't think there is any need. He just repeated exactly what he said.
Right. I don't think they're necessarily in conflict, but I'm going to let you play that for him anyway. You can play it for him. But I don't think there's a conflict between what he said just now and the audio.
Yeah, I said it to him. He don't want to fuck who shot right here. He took a shot. These two motherfuckers right here. This motherfucker who shot out him and that motherfucker. Did you saw the shoot? I saw the shoot.
So, based on hearing that interview and that recording, does that refresh your recollection of the fact that Mr. Ivory confirmed who shot?
No, based off that, what I just heard, again, you have to take everything in context. Mr. Ivory is stating that the two individuals who circled in that photograph, the photograph that he received from the internet, is the person that did the shooting.
Is it true that you asked him if he could confirm he saw these people shoot, and he said yes?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we're ready for the jury.
Okay, but let's be clear about that. It doesn't change the issue of showing the jury that photograph with the hearsay on it. But what he just testified to, it's fine to testify to that. It's still, the circles are still hearsay because Mr. Ivory did not place the circles on. But you can, if you have the plain version without the circles? Okay,
Your Honor, that's how the image was provided to us, but we will.
okay, because you can show that to the detective and ask him to, the questions you just asked him.
He's already identified that.
Yeah.
That as the picture.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're ready for the jury.
If you're talking about the recording, I think it was just a random recording of Mr. Ivory, Mr. Omar Ivory, the boyfriend. I think they were just trying to find somebody. You know what I mean? They were getting, you know how like your homegirl call and say, "Oh, I just saw something. They was out there shooting." Da, 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 da. They said it was Boo Boo and Bebe. Okay, so he got a picture of Boo Boo and Bebe, and he gave it to Detective Shepard. He's just trying to help and give any leads. I think the defense team is taking it as, well, the victim stated that this is who did it. The victim is stating, this is a lead I got. He didn't put it in those words, but that's what he meant. It's just, when he went and testified, he said, I don't know who it was. I just know I was trying to help. Maybe she wasn't listening at that part. But that's what I got out of it. Okay.
All right, for the jury.
You know what I'm saying? How are you going to try and impeach the lead detective unless the lead detective is on some damn Mark Furman planting bogus evidence? You know, he's out there just destroying cases and being completely unethical. That's one thing, but you can't really impeach based on pursuing your hot leads. You have a child that was just killed, you're going to go to the leads that make the most sense. Maybe a cold case, they may say, hey, we got 3 pictures. If you put some bolos out on these people, let's try to round up the rest of these people on the Secoriea Turner case. Then you do that when you have time. You go after the leads that you can get. I mean, they put those pictures out and 2 people came and turned themselves in. It sounds like he did a pretty good job to me.
Detective, you previously testified that Mr. Ivory wasn't able to confirm who shot at his vehicle. That's not true, is it?
No, that's true. Because at the end of the result of the investigation, the photograph that he gave me was not the individuals who was involved.
The question was, you previously testified that Mr. Ivory could not confirm who shot at his vehicle, correct?
That is true. After the investigation concluded,
That what you previously testified that he could not identify the individual.
again, after the investigation was concluded, it clearly shows that he was not able to identify him.
Okay, I understand your explanation, but will you answer the question she's asking and then give your explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
You previously testified that Mr. Ivory could not confirm the individual who shot at his vehicle.
That is correct. And also, at the conclusion of the investigation went forward, it was clear that he was not able to identify him. So that is correct.
Isn't it correct that he was conclusive when he told you who shot at him?
That would be an inconclusive assumption of my part to say that anybody's conclusive because we need evidence to back up what they're saying.
Was he sure?
It does call for speculation.
When he told you he saw the individuals who shot at him, did he tell you that he saw them?
Yes, give a context on what he stated though. The photograph that he gave me that he received from the internet with the circles already circled.
I didn't ask him about a photo.
Okay, but didn't we do that before the break?
My question to him just now was not about a photo.
Okay, will you re-ask your question?
When Mr. Ivory told you that he saw who shot him, he told you that he saw who shot him.
Yes, but the only time he stated that is when he gave me the photograph already circled.
Okay, that's an answer.
You've seen these pictures before, correct?
Correct.
Those are pictures that you pulled, correct?
Correct.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the pictures that you pulled?
Yes, they are true.
Your Honor, I've given the witness what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 3, 4, and 5. I would like to introduce those photographs into evidence.
Okay, do you know what those exhibits are? Do you have any objection to them?
No, Judge.
Oh, okay, they're admitted. And you can publish.
Can you tell us what you see in Defendant's Exhibit 3?
Yes, in this photograph is the vantage point from the BP gas station. I believe what the attorney is referring to is the three black males dressed in black, dressed like bounty hunters. They're in the top left-hand corner at the gas pump. And it looks like they're posing for the photograph.
Can you look at Defense Exhibit 4 and tell us what you see?
It's going to be 1 minute later from that photograph. It's the same individuals placed to the left. It looks like the exact same photo.
And Defense Exhibit 5?
All right, so this time frame is going to be at 9:29, so it's going to be about 40 minutes past that previous two photos you just showed me. And it looks like I have suspect number 2 in that photograph from that vantage point.
Do you see anybody dressed in all black in this picture?
I do see someone dressed in all black, but they don't look like the other individuals dressed in black.
Do you know when you pulled those pictures?
Yes, it was the exact same time I was going through the video. And what made me zero in on the photographs is, of course, the way they're dressed.
But you didn't put out these pictures when you did your flyers that you were passing out, the 400 flyers. You didn't put those images out.
That is correct. I did not put a bolo out because that is almost a full hour before, and they are not at the barricades.
You just told us that one of the pictures had timestamp at the bottom, correct?
Yes, I believe the first photo that you showed me, I believe the time was 20:55. The second photo was 21:29, I believe.
And 21:29 is less than an hour.
So that particular photograph that you're talking about identifies somebody that's in black, but they don't look like the other individuals that's dressed like bounty hunters and dressed in all black. They just wearing all black. And it looked like they're wearing some type of.
I would just ask if he'd be allowed to finish his answer, and it also constitutes what the state, we don't have to really see what photograph she is referring to as far as the defendant's.
Your Honor, these photographs were just provided, 3 photographs.
I'm just saying the number, it was 3 photographs, I just don't know.
It'd be helpful for the record if you said what number you were looking at when you're.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, in regards to the witness's answers, every answer provides a detailed description not associated with my question.
Okay, so again, answer a question first and then explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier on direct examination, you were given some envelopes that had some evidence in it, correct?
Do you know what specific envelopes you're talking about?
They had shell casings.
I was never given envelopes with shell casings.
Oh, okay. So, you know what happened to the evidence that was collected from the scene?
Yes, when the crime scene techs collect the shell casings, they document them, they collect them, and they're sent off to the GBI.
How long did you
That depends on the GBI. There's no time frame when the GBI can process evidence.
But you didn't keep those shell casings, did you?
No, I don't collect the evidence personally. I'm not responsible for storing them. Our crime scene techs collect the evidence and store them.
The video recordings that you collected as a result of this case, you downloaded those and kept them, correct?
Correct. So the video recordings were recorded and given to me and they were uploaded. Correct.
You testified on direct about some shell casings and what type of firearm they could be fired.
Correct.
Isn't it true that there are 5 types of weapons that can fire a 5.56 and a 2.23?
I'm not aware of any other types. I'm not a firearm expert. I am aware of those of AR-15 can fire a 5.56 and a 2.23. The extent of my knowledge does not go that far.
Does the extent of your knowledge extend to how an M16 or AR-15 actually fires?
No, that question that you're asking about comparing the M16 and the AR-15, I don't know, have no knowledge of the comparison of those type of weapons or the mechanics on those type of weapons. I'm not qualified to even try to answer those questions.
So you're not qualified to answer questions about muzzle flashes either, are you?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So you would know that a muzzle flash isn't seen from every firearm.
That is incorrect. If there's some type of modification on the firearm, like a muzzle suppressor or some type of suppressor, that may suppress a muzzle flash, but it's clearly seen that when we look at this weapon, there's no muzzle flash suppressor or anything on that weapon.
And the number of people that were out there on July 4th with firearms, you don't know who had suppressors or muzzle flashes on their firearms that will prevent you from seeing that on a camera view.
I can only testify to what I'm seeing on camera.
So is that a no, you don't know how many people had muzzle flash or muzzle suppressors on their firearms?
I cannot.
The question is what he knows. If he doesn't know, then he doesn't know. It's not speculation.
I'll allow the question.
I cannot confirm who had those type of suppressors on what weapon.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish State's Exhibit 2, which is the surveillance footage from 100 University, I believe it is. It's already been admitted into evidence. The first camera 2. I don't remember what number you.
Are you playing it, Mr. Regis, or are you asking
No,
them to
Mr.
play?
Regis is playing it.
He's gonna play. Okay. Okay. They thought you were asking them to play.
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay. What's the exhibit number?
Stage number 2.
Stage 2. Okay. Not popping up yet on the Zoom. Is it on your screen? Are you looking at it? It is lying to you.
I mean,
I'm playing it.
we're happy to help you.
Now plug it back in.
Does that connect to an HDMI cable?
Yes.
Should be working. Okay, now it is. It is on mine though, and now they'll put it up on the big screen. It's in the Zoom now.
Back it up.
That's fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective, while we're watching this video, do you see smoke in this video?
Yes, it appears that there's some sort of cookout.
Do you see children in this video?
I don't see children. I see people, smaller adults that, if you can say they're children, but I can't say that they're children or not.
It's like just because they're making hot dogs and hamburgers doesn't mean it's safe for the average person. People are being threatened and cars can't come through. People can't get to their home just because they're making some steaks and things. It looks like they stopped it. Okay, defense team, you can start the video back up.
I think only Mr. Abadi knows that.
I ain't got that many steps in the day.
I wouldn't help them a lick.
A person at the top of the screen.
Can you point to it again? I see, yes, what looks like a person on the other side of that vehicle.
What color is that person wearing?
It's like a bright, maybe orange, red color.
Can you circle that person?
Did you want the circle to go away?
I took it off. Do you have any idea what time it's?
Okay, there goes the car turning
No
around.
idea.
All these cars turning around. So they decided who was gonna.
You watch hours of video. Did you see a sign-up sheet? For people to show up? Or did you see anybody signing in or like a check going through or anything like that?
I did not see a sign-up sheet from the video.
There were no tickets or any RSVP that people had to do to come out to this event.
I did not see any RSVPs or sign-up sheets from the video.
So this gathering is open to the public, correct? Anybody who wants to be here.
Do you know about the particulars of who was allowed to come and who was not allowed to come?
I know the particulars, and if you got into the autonomous zone, you need special permission to get past the barricade, and you need additional permission to go in certain areas of the barricade.
Okay.
Sign-up sheets and things like that, I'm not aware
You
of.
don't know the logistics or why
No,
people were
ma'am.
allowed in or not?
No, ma'am.
This person here?
The person you're pointing to?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you circle that person? What color is that person wearing?
It appears to be a red.
That person wearing shorts?
Which person are you referring
The
to?
person you circled.
No, it doesn't look like the first person that you had me circle. Like the tall white male, he's wearing red shorts. This person right here, I can't tell.
See the person outside the circle right next to your circle?
I see an individual there too.
What color is that person wearing?
Looks to be a red.
Person here.
Yes, that's the first circle that you had me circle. That's the look like a tall white male with a white short. I mean red shorts.
So. Circle the people that you see wearing red. So multiple people at this location have on red outfits that you can clearly see.
Yes, but they are nowhere near the barricades.
Go back, please.
So you see people jumping away from the vehicle?
Incorrect. I see people going towards the vehicle trying to stop the vehicle.
So in terms of individuals trying to get out of the way of the vehicle. No. That video right there, where's cause? Individuals at the car, correct?
Correct. I see individuals walking towards the car as the car is coming around the barricade.
Can you see, you can't see the color of that vehicle at this time.
No, the only thing you can see is a dark colored vehicle.
And where we are right now, we can't see any colors of the individuals, light skin or dark skin.
At this point, no, but once you track the individual suspect number one from the other vantage points, I was able to keep an eye on him all the way through and to the point to where he is at that location right now.
You can't see any, like, we can see the red at the top, but we can't see any colors definitively next, you can't see the color of vehicle. You can't see reflections.
That is correct. The only thing you see is movement. You see suspect number one emerge from behind the stick, the pole with his AR-15 raised. Him and other individuals walk towards the vehicle as it's coming around the corner.
You don't know the names of the individuals that are standing at the barricade?
No, I do not.
You see the flash at the top of the screen?
Can you point to the flash? That's lights.
Right. I just wanted to draw your attention to it.
Okay.
So you can't see the clothing of the individuals standing by the light, can you?
What individuals? You had to point them out to me. What individuals are you referring to?
Do you see any individuals near the light up here?
No, you can't see anything over there.
So if there are individuals standing there, you can't tell who they are or what they look like.
That is correct, nor can I confirm if there are any individuals over there because I can't confirm or deny if there are any individuals over there by the light.
Cars over there, correct?
Yes.
You see an individual standing next to the barricade, don't you?
Can you rewind? Which individual are you referring to?
Well, hold on for just a minute. You see the orange barricade?
I do.
An individual next to the orange barricade.
Can you press play? Because it's distorted right now. Yes, I see an individual. It looks like he's one of the individuals that's picking up shell casings. After the shell casings, after the shots went off, a couple of individuals walked over and picked up shell casings.
The individuals that picked up shell casings, they weren't wearing red, were they?
The only person wearing red at the barricade was suspect number one.
Okay, ask your question again.
The person picking up shell casings is not wearing red, are they?
No, the only person wearing red at the barricade was a suspect number one. The individual you're pointing to, yes.
You circle that person. That person is wearing a red shirt with white writing on the front, aren't they?
I can't confirm this subject is wearing white letters on the red shirt. The subject appears to be about much taller than suspect number one, maybe 100 pounds heavier. I can't confirm what letters are on that red shirt.
Okay, re-ask your question.
The person standing there inside the circle is wearing a red shirt with white writing. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct. I cannot confirm if that shirt has white letters on it. I can tell you that it's red, the person is wearing red, but I can't confirm white letters.
And that person is not standing near the lights that you pointed out on the other side of the screen, are they?
And which person are you referring to?
The person that you have circled here.
No, that person that circled is nowhere near the barricade.
we won't see anybody sweeping any shell casings on the video, will we?
No.
Your Honor, the video was stopped at 9:47:26.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we are restarting it.
I see a blurb of someone that you're pointing at.
Can you circle?
The circle the person you just pointed at?
Yes. That person is wearing a red shirt with white lettering on the front, correct?
I disagree. Whatever that person is wearing is reflective. I can't say with any conclusion that that's a red shirt with white lettering.
Circle these individuals. Can you describe what they're doing?
They're crouching down. That's what it appears to be.
Did you talk to those individuals?
I did not identify those individuals, so no, I was not able to talk to them.
But from your experience as a police officer, that would indicate that something is happening at this time, correct?
No, that would indicate that, and there's need to be a lot more context on looking at the video and making assumptions. Something is happening, but what is happening, unsure, because on video, we see the shooting and shooting is over.
Okay, I'm gonna just. I don't know if she's not asking any questions. We can't tell if they're watching video.
So, so you said you watched hours of video.
Oh my god.
Did you continue to watch video after the video that we just saw that ended at?
That is correct.
The information that you provided with regards to what you saw on this video. Did you document anything after 10 p.m.?
Anything that was documented was relevant to the case, it would have been documented. That's correct.
A yes or a no?
No, if it wasn't relevant to the case, it would not have been documented.
All right, at this time, I would like to play camera 3 from 100 University. It's the same.
It's still exhibit number 2, but it's that view.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being so clear about what exhibit it is. Not yet, but it takes a minute. Once it pops up here, then we can. It's here.
Detective, what are we looking at?
So, as I described earlier, that's going to be the east barricade. That's the barricade facing east.
You watched this video as well, correct?
That is correct.
What do you see at that barricade?
I see 3 individuals, see a truck that's parked, and I see them guarding the barricade.
The 3 individuals that you see, they're wearing all black, correct?
That is correct. 2 are wearing black and 1 is wearing white.
And they're carrying rifles, correct?
It appears to be.
You didn't try to identify them either, did you?
That's incorrect. I tried, however, I was unsuccessful.
You didn't put out any flyers with their pictures on, did you?
That is correct. I was not able to see their face.
Detective, you see 3 individuals in all black standing at the barricade, correct?
At this point, yes, there are 3 individuals in all black at the barricade.
You also see those individuals wearing tactical vests. Is that correct?
I can't confirm if they're wearing tactical vests, but they definitely are wearing all black.
Those individuals match the description of bounty hunters?
I would think that's a safe assumption, yes.
And Secoria's parents drove past this barricade, correct?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that Ms. Turner told you that they were halfway through the barricade when she started hearing her daughter call for her?
Yes, after the shots had started going off, of course, everybody was scared and jumping around. She described Secoriea in the back seat jumping around, trying to avoid it. She turned around. Secoriea yelled, "Mama," screamed in pain. At that point, Charmaine jumped in the back seat with Secoriea. And then she looked up in the rear of the vehicle and was able to see what she described as the description that she gave me.
Which is,
She stated that she remembers seeing a male dressed in all black, and that is corroborated with the video evidence that I have.
she told you that male was firing.
Correct. She said she saw two males shooting.
She didn't say in a red shirt, did she?
She did not give me a description of a red shirt that was shooting. She just said two males were shooting. At that time, her attention was diverted to her daughter, who at that time was dying from a gunshot wound to the back.
So Ms. Turner says that she halfway through the barricade. Where would you say halfway through the barricade is where this truck is?
No,
Okay. When did you measure the distance between one barricade to the next?
there was no measurements between barricades.
So you don't know what halfway between the barricades.
No, I disagree with your statement, your assessment of the statement. She was halfway between the barricade when she noticed that.
You just testified that that's what she told you.
Correct. As soon as the bullet started hitting the vehicle as she drove by suspect number one, that's when she started to react. And when she soon jumped in the back seat with Secoriea as she was suffering from a gunshot wound.
So she told you her daughter called for her halfway through the barricade, correct?
Again, Ms. Turner's statement is that as they drove by, her vehicle shot multiple times. She heard her baby in the backseat jumping around trying to dodge.
Okay. Can you ask a more specific question?
Ms. Turner told you when she heard her child scream for her, she was halfway through the barricade. Yes or no?
No, she stated that when she heard the gunshots, gunshots hitting the vehicle, she jumped in the backseat with her child.
So the recording that you made where she told you that, did you listen to that?
I did, but I think you're taking that recording, that statement out of context.
So she did tell you that.
How can she know if what's halfway between barricades and she didn't even know there's the other barricade at the other end? That's taken out of context her statement. Her statement is what it is. The gunshots hit the vehicle. She jumped in the backseat with Secoriea, looked up. Two people was firing.
Turner was at the incident, correct?
Correct.
individual here?
Yes.
Circle that person, please. What color is that person wearing?
Looks like that young lady is wearing red.
The people at the first barricade, them?
No.
So you can't see what color they're wearing, okay?
As I stated before, because of the light shining,
Now response. You cannot see the color that the individuals at the barricade, the first barricade are wearing.
no, not from this vantage point.
You can't see the color that the individuals are wearing at the first barricade.
That is correct.
It's okay.
I wish we could see. I wonder, are they conferring with the other? Like, is she conferring with Hoover and Goofy? Ask him this. Ask him, do you see that little spot in the corner? Do you know if that's a person or a bush? Do you think they had a gun? Can you see that gun back there? Can you see if is that something? No, ma'am, I cannot determine whether that is a person or not.
The vehicle here?
Which vehicle? The white vehicle, yes.
Circle the person's name.
The person walking towards the vehicle? Okay, where your finger's pointing?
What color is that person wearing?
Appears to be dark clothing.
Black, correct?
Can't say it's black or not, but it's definitely dark clothing.
You can also see that that person is carrying a rifle, correct?
That's incorrect. And I can't see that from that angle.
The vehicle with the headlights on, that's Secoria's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It's up on the curb, correct?
Yes, it's going up on the curve.
Which means it's tilted, correct?
Yes, it's tilted as it drives up on the curve.
Second barricade?
Which barricade are we referring to?
Here,
Yes,
circle that person.
the person you just pointed at.
Yes. What is that person wearing?
Dark clothing.
Black clothing.
Dark clothing. Less dark clothing.
I mean, if that's
Circled. Okay. What's inside of this circle here? Circle that person now. That person is wearing all black. Right?
He's definitely wearing dark clothing. I can't confirm if he's carrying a rifle or not, but he's definitely wearing dark clothing.
That person has something in their hand, correct?
I cannot confirm if that person has something in his hand, but he's definitely crouching down wearing dark clothing.
You said you fired firearms before?
That is correct.
You fired a rifle before?
Yes, I have.
Under what circumstances?
Practicing.
You always stand in the same position when you fire a rifle?
Practicing, yes.
So the position that this individual was in at the bottom of the screen. What does it look like that person?
It looks like that person is crouching down from shots just being fired from suspect number one as he fired upon Secoria's vehicle as he drove through the barricade. And he's ducking down for cover.
Look at that person again. That person is the same person that was standing at the barricade, correct?
Correct.
That person that was standing at the barricade carrying the rifle, correct?
As I stated earlier, I could not confirm what that person was carrying, but he definitely was dressed in all black or dark clothing.
So we're looking at him again here. So, we've seen AR-15. You know what type of ammunition the AR-15 fire? You can't recognize the AR-15 on the screen?
I'm advising that I cannot recognize from this portion of the video the way that person look or what they're carrying, just that they're dressed in black.
The people at the first barricade, what color are they wearing?
If we're referring to this vantage point, I can't tell.
So,
Yeah, I agree with you. She's not getting anywhere with this, and they can't if he can't see it, they have a screen right in front of them. They're not going to be able to see it. The only thing that's coming across is that she's trying to find anything for it to not be her client. At the end of the day, your client was there. Like, he was there. If you're able to prove he's not the shooter, then you need to do that when you present your case. Trying to do this on cross-examination, I think they're going to just lose the jury at this point, because it's useless. If it were someone else, then, and it were obvious, that's who, this case is about Julian. It's not about the person crouching down. It's not about the people barbecuing hamburgers. It's about Julian, who was there. Now, maybe if you can prove he's not the shooter, prove he's not the shooter when you present your case, but he was at the barricade when the felony happened, and he's going to be held responsible for that. So he's the one who turned himself in. He could have been like the other guy who still hasn't been identified. But considering his co-defendant pled guilty, that says something.
I can't give an accurate number.
watch it before you got the medical examiner's report?
Again, the medical examiner report came a good time afterwards. So I was only able to watch video, but I got enough information from the medical examiner to proceed with my investigation.
So let's talk about when you conduct an investigation, your goal is to try to figure out what happened, correct?
Absolutely.
You have multiple people at a location. You have to narrow down who was involved, correct?
Correct.
And the autopsy report is typically used to determine what happened, correct?
Incorrect. Autopsy report is ruled the cause and manner of death. Usually the cause is what caused the death and the manner of death, homicide, and detailed report of the injuries. We are the reporting agency. We report what happened.
Okay. And how did you use that autopsy report in this case?
A 5.56 round was taken from 8-year-old Secoria's back. I was able to corroborate and match that with the type of ammunition that was found on the crime scene.
And that medical report, it tells you what direction it came from, correct?
Correct.
It tells you what the path that round traveled, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have that information when you watched this video, correct?
Incorrect. He had a defect to the back. That's what I needed for my investigation.
You didn't have the medical examiner's report telling you the direction of travel when you watched this video, correct?
Again, it's incorrect. I had information detailing that Secoriea was shot in the back.
The information that you had didn't come from the medical examiner.
I'm sorry, you asked me a question?
The information that you had didn't come from the medical examiner's report.
What information are you referring to?
The trajectory that the round that hit her in the back traveled.
Again, a medical examiner report stated that she was shot in the back.
What was the trajectory of the bullet that hit her in the back?
Straight in the back.
Well, it doesn't say whether it was on the right, left.
So if you're asking me to get into the medical terminology, once a round goes inside a body, I'm not qualified to do that. Rounds, when they hit a body and it goes inside a body, they do bounce around. So again, having trajectory on that is different. So it hit a bone and started bouncing around, especially around that size. You see rounds all the time. When it hits you, they bounce around in your body and cause destruction. So trajectory, once it's inside the body, is irrelevant. What's relevant to me is that trajectory going into her back.
Medical examiner's report would tell you at what angle it went into her back, correct?
The medical examiner report will tell me the direction that it hit her in the back, and once it got inside of her body, what it did. And that's what the medical examiner report details.
So what did that tell you?
Again, I'm not qualified to speak on the medical terminology inside the medical examiner report. I'm pretty sure a medical examiner themselves are going to come here and talk about the actual report.
But I'm asking you if
The lead det-
It is calling for an expert opinion.
Your Honor, I'm actually not asking for an expert opinion. I'm asking him for what he read. He's the lead detective. I'm asking him for what he read.
Okay, well, the autopsy report is not in the record yet.
Correct. And so I'm just asking him what he knows about what happened.
Okay, I think he's already answered that.
So with regards to determining with all of these moving parts and all of these individuals that were at the location, the only thing you had was what you got from the scene because you didn't watch the video before you collected the evidence, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't have any medical information.
Is that a question? That is correct. No medical information at the time of the crime scene investigation.
You did have descriptions of what the shooters looked like from people who were actually on the scene, correct?
That is incorrect. On the crime scene, like I testified earlier, there was zero cooperation coming from any individual out there on that crime scene. So I didn't get any statements from anyone at that crime scene.
Jermaine Turner and Omar Ivy were at that crime scene.
Charmaine and Omar was interviewed after the day after. I had already cleared the crime scene. It was late on in the day when I interviewed them. They were not interviewed at the crime scene.
You interviewed them after the fact, which gave you more time to look into what they told you. And they told you, both of them, that the shooters were wearing all black.
Correct.
I'm sorry, no offense, but Miss Ma'am I don't know what's wrong with her. I got a word in my head and I'm not going to say it because I'm going to give her respect because she has a license to do what she's doing right now. But my God, it's unbelievable that this woman is not either getting a little more creative with trying to get the answer to what she's trying to get to, or she doesn't understand. When he said that the medical examiner's report didn't come out, but he was given the information, how did you obtain the information earlier than the release of the report? Did the medical examiner call you and give you a verbal for you to, like, how did you know this? The report wasn't out, but you got information from the medical examiner. Can you tell me how you did that? Oh, the medical examiner, they called me. They called me with a preliminary report that was verbal. I used that verbal information to drive my investigation a certain way because the actual physical report wouldn't be out for a couple of weeks. Like, just ask the damn question. He's not gonna give you anything. You got to get you got to damn near pull it out of him. I don't know if that's what he's supposed to do. That's just what he's doing. He's not trying to give anything more, or it's very kind of like, wow, they've wasted about 2 hours. This is crazy. When he looks at the camera, it takes me out. Oh my God. Okay, look, they're on the medallion. Thank you, Jesus. Hopefully they're done.
You didn't track that person in your investigation, did you?
Can you point to that individual you're referring to? Okay. Are you referring to this individual?
Yes.
No. No one was identified from the crime scene. Nobody.
You didn't track that individual from this video. He didn't actually answer.
You can follow up on that.
Was identified. That's not what I asked.
You can follow up.
The only person that was tracked was suspect number 1, wearing all red, white letters, light blue shirt, black satchel, AR-15. That's who I tracked from every angle, from every camera, up into the shooting.
Let's watch that individual. Isn't there a cut through which is described that leads from this location straight to the BP?
I believe that the cut through that you're referring to, that's in the BP parking lot, and it is a walking path, I believe. Correct.
And by cut through, that just means that the person can go from where they are here through on a walking path and end up at the BP.
No. The cut through starts at the BP and goes to the plaza next to it.
And the individual can access the cut from the open area
Here where?
what we're looking at.
Can you point to the exact location?
Is it possible to access the cut through from this street?
No, I would just ask maybe because we can't see what she's pointing at. Like maybe she goes over there.
Will you walk up to the big
So we
screen?
can actually see what's happening.
Can you access the cut through from anywhere on that street?
I'm not aware of a cut through from that street.
Okay, tell us how you can get to the cut through from this, from here.
Again, I'm not aware of a cut through from this location that she's pointing to. The only cut through I'm aware of is coming from the BP.
So we're watching the same video again, and this time, I'm gonna focus on the person.
Okay, we're focusing on the person that was ducking for cover.
The person that's standing at the second, that was standing at the second.
Okay.
Were you able to see that individual run into the woods?
Yes, I was able to see that individual ducking for cover and ran into the woods after ducking for cover.
Where do those woods lead to?
I have no idea.
And you didn't track that individual.
No.
So the number of individuals that were standing at the barricade, dressed in all black, carrying rifles, that ran off into the woods after this happened. You didn't track those people and you didn't send it over.
Which barricade are you referring to?
The one we just watched at the bottom of the screen.
Again, no. Absolutely, it's one of the hardest cases I ever had to work to this day.
All eyes were on this case from the beginning, correct?
Correct.
You had council people, even famous people like Tyler Perry trying to contribute to finding out who did it, correct?
If you're referring to the contribution of the funds, I have nothing to do with that. I do not know who all contributed. That's a totally different process.
I don't think I asked about who contributed. If I did ask that, my question was basically about who wanted you to find out what happened to this case.
Do you have a specific person that you're asking me who, or just asking me in general?
Yeah, we had conversations about the number of people that were placing pressure on you to solve this case.
That's incorrect. I never stated that anybody was putting any kind of pressure on me to solve this case, not once.
So you weren't aware that city council people came down to participate or to talk to the people that had been in this area?
I'm not aware, but there was no pressure coming from anywhere on my behalf or coming down to me. I'm not surprised. I mean, this case got national attention.
And with that national attention, famous people like Tyler Perry were involved.
He's already testified that he didn't even know that. So, do you have any other questions?
You interviewed Julian Jamal, correct?
That is correct.
And you provided him with images of individuals that you wanted him to try to identify, correct?
If you're referring to the screenshots from the video,
Did you provide him with images that you wanted him to identify?
I would like you to be specific. Are you referring to images from the video?
At any point, did you provide him with images of anyone?
Okay, during the interview, he was provided with screenshots from the security video to see if he can identify his co-defendants.
He wasn't a defendant at the time, correct?
No.
You told Mr. McKinney that he would go down for this if he agreed to make, correct?
Negative. That's a wrong way to rephrase it. If you have the audio recording that states that and quote that me verbatim, I would like you to play it.
Okay.
Context is important.
Are you asking to play the video recording of the co-defendant? Any objection to that? Or? I think if you want to refresh his recollection, you can do that outside the presence of the jury during the break. I don't think it can come in right now. I don't think there's a foundation for it right now. But if everyone agrees it should be played, I'll let you play it. Okay. Okay. You guys are almost ready for a break. Okay, just a minute.
Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
May we approach?
Yes.
Y'all, we got to get 15 minutes back. I feel like this happens. If you guys watched Donna Adelson last time, they interrupted that police detective. Remember, he was on the stand for like 2 days. They interrupted him a lot. Lori Vallow, they interrupted a lot. It happens. This is normal. They're going to always try to make the police work look bad. And I mean, just imagine having all those cases. Even if you have 2 cases, then you're helping with other cases. So it's not just like you have your case, you also have to show up. You might not be lead, but you're helping do a few things to facilitate someone else's case. So you're lead on your own cases, then you got to show up when your team is called. So if one of your colleagues now is lead, you guys are helping doing some things. Meanwhile, you're still working lead on your own cases. So at the end of the day, no one's expecting these investigators, these police detectives to be perfect. That's why they have the investigators. The prosecutors do their own investigation once they get the case to make sure they have a solid case to bring. I just think that whatever she's trying to get, she's not able to either articulate it, or maybe she just doesn't have the foundation to ask it. I don't know if Hoover and Regis are trying to help her or not, but it seems like she's stuck and he's not giving her what she wants. So I almost feel like it's time to, you know what I mean? Like it's time, sis. It's been He's been on the stand for almost 2 hours and they haven't gotten anything out of him. She wants him really, really bad to identify other people on the scene and admit that they didn't investigate anyone else. That's what she seems to want. Yeah, I feel like it's gone beyond proving that maybe there are additional witnesses or additional assailants, additional potential shooters, additional people that they need to find. But was Julian Conley there? Was he armed? Was he part of the threat? Was he part of the aggravated assault on the McCords? Was he part of the assault on the Turners? Absolutely. Was his gun raised? It was. She's not getting anywhere. She's not asking the right question. Like she's asked the same questions like 10 times. She's not getting anywhere. She kind of painted herself into a corner and she's trying to get some information she just can't get. It's not going to give her what she wants. And you know what? The prosecution's probably sitting there like, you know what? Open the door if you want to, and we going to drag them. Because also you got to think about, well, why don't they ask this? Why don't they ask that? Well, when they ask a certain question and you open a door that you guys have agreed to not talk about, what'll happen is you open up the door for them to drag him on something else. There's specific parameters that they're going to abide by. But if you want to open up a door, then when the door gets open and then we start asking other questions, you might not like that. Or if we agreed to not show this video and then now we get to show that video. Like it just depends. They obviously objected to something. She doesn't. You would think that Hoover and Goofy would have told her by now. They would have said, look, ask this, ask that. If he answers this, then ask that, and then we're in. You can kind of try to create some reasonable doubt. But I think right now what she's doing is fishing for an in to discredit, and it's not really giving that she's discrediting. Like, for instance, if you guys remember watching in Detroit, Michael Jackson Bolanos, we didn't know anything about that case. We started watching it. It was so obvious that Michael Jackson Bolanos had gotten set up. It's not every case you watch and it's a foregone conclusion that the defendant is guilty. Michael Jackson Bolanos, it was so obvious that they went from A to B on him. He was out there stealing cars, and they got him with a murder case. Meanwhile, the boyfriend of the lady who got killed had confessed, and then he was like, "Oh, I was on drugs." I think I said the wrong thing. The Jewish lady, the lady from the synagogue, okay? And her boyfriend sat up there and confessed, and then he said, "Oops, let me take my confession back." And then they trying to send Michael Jackson Bolanos for life without parole. Meanwhile, it was obvious he was not guilty. Anyway, he ended up getting cleared of the murder charge because it was ridiculous. But because he lied to the police officers initially because he said he was scared, he did have to do some jail time. He might be getting out soon, if he's not already out. But that's what got him in trouble, was the lying. He lied. Maybe he didn't feel like they were going to believe him because he'd been kind of a career criminal at that point. But he did get cleared of the murder. His lawyer was so smart. He had two lawyers. There's a lady, I forget what her name is. I follow her on TikTok. And the guy with the locks. Those two were so good. Okay. They were excellent. The team from Detroit. Okay. They argued that thing down. The prosecution wasn't ready for them. They were so good. And he was innocent. This is not the case, I don't think. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is innocent until proven guilty, Mr. Conley, but it's not giving. Okay. So don't think it's just all about, you know, they can't. The reason why, so they have the shell casings, they have the bullet, right? They don't have the gun. They don't have his gun. Of course, his gun magically disappeared. His co-defendant's gun magically disappeared. They don't have the actual rifles. They did not get to do GSR because he came in days later. There was unrest. Keep in mind, when the Black Lives Matters protests happened, cities, not saying cities were shut down, but there was unrest in particular parts of some major cities. And there was stuff going on in Atlanta, and that's when that happened. It was like all of that unrest at that time was happening. This was like a byproduct of all of the unrest. Unfortunately, this was not a Black Lives Matter protest per se, but it was kicked off by a situation that happened, and maybe Black Lives Matter was in, but this had nothing to do with that. I think it was just a byproduct of a couple of events that occurred, and the next thing you know, these young guys had taken over. But they said this was more gang related than a protest for the police protest, but this was like a byproduct of all of that. This was all during COVID 2020, 4th of July 2020. Whew, Jesus. And the fact that they got to sidebar, not to say that there's anything bad about sidebarring, but the fact that they are arguing everything is a problem. If you were confident about the evidence that's being presented, there shouldn't be all this, right? But because they're having to go to sidebar arguments, somebody's nervous about something. Shoot, the prosecution was just sitting there passing notes to each other. Julian's just sitting there looking mad, looking away. Looking mad and looking away. Whew. I'm getting tired, y'all. This is how I feel. Let me show a meme to show you guys how I feel. Girl, this is me right now. I'm like, y'all. Oh, God. Can they please hurry up? I also feel like this judge, sometimes we do see judges say, okay, we have like 20 more minutes on this witness. You know what I mean? Like, let's respect people's time. Also, are we wrapping this up? You know, how much more time do you think you're going to need with this witness? Like, this judge is really nice and stuff, but she needs to go ahead and let ma'am know she needs to go ahead and wrap it up. She's not getting anywhere. And then you got people waiting. You have people on subpoena who are waiting to testify because Friday she said she had 5 witnesses, including this one. So there's 4 people who were supposed to go today, and they're supposed to wrap up their case today. I don't think that's going to happen. They're probably not going to rest till tomorrow. And then you got the prosecution who has, I'm sure, subpoenas of people who are coming tomorrow, and their witness, like, it's going to back up. People got to take off from work or readjust their schedules. It's like, come on. Whew. I wish we had more time, y'all. I wish we could just reclaim some more time. I love when we have extra time and we're a little behind and we can just go boop. Hey guys, they finished their break. We're here. Oh. I tell you what, watch the judge, watch court be over for the day, because that's what they did Friday. I don't know what happened Friday. It just cut off. Last night when we were done, court just cut off. Mm. Oh. How many of you guys think they're going to cut it off? I almost feel like they're going to cut it. I might. Well, I feel like I just saw somebody walk by. I wonder if they're going to come back. I mean, it's like they're going to drag this case out. They're going to end up dragging it all the way out. I like cases that stay on schedule or appropriately dragged out because it's juicy, not for some silly stuff, you know? Let me drop some coins because someone just sent me some coins via Cash App and okay, period. Hold on a second. Let me drop some loud coins. Okay, thank you. Wake up, guys. If you're falling asleep right now, wake the hell up. If we got to sit here, so do you. Okay, wake up. Okay. Thank you to the sis who sent me some coins. Okay. She said I made her work day. What'd she say? I made her work day fabulous? No, I'm just kidding. She said I made her work day. She said for making the work day go faster. Okay. Faster. Okay. I did that. Thank you, sis. That's very sweet. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Let me send you some manicure hand emojis. Thanks, girl. Okay. I mean, after this, they're gonna send the people home. It's already 4 o'clock. They're gonna have us sitting here waiting. Okay, we're hearing something. Here we go with her not being on the mic again.
The men that had on all black, when you saw them, at any time, you had individual of their faces, marked from one of us, VP,
No.
and in regards to the evidence in this case, where were the shell casings found on the scene?
In the street.
In the street.
It was in the area of suspect number 1 when he fired his weapon.
In states exhibit number 2, which is the the gas station. 214106. Are you able to see that cut through that we were talking about by weekend?
Yes.
If you could just use that red marking and kind of mark where that cut through. And is that, what's behind that, the pumps and everything?
There's a plaza next door that you can cut through and walk to.
Who's that is walking up, able to see that is walking on the side?
Yeah, it's going to be suspect number 2.
And then in regards, I believe the defense was asking you about statements about they were halfway through the barricade when Secoriea yelled out for her mom and she was hit. I want you to look at statement number 2. There's going to be the warehouse video. I believe it's going to be the back camera. While that's happening, I think defense asked you about having collected evidence prior to you getting the medical exam. Did you collect evidence prior to getting the medical exam?
That is correct.
As far as you know, what was the cause of injury to Secoriea before you even got out to university?
Gunshot wound to the back.
So when you get out there, are you looking for evidence consistent with gunshots?
Correct.
And what would that be?
Spent shell casings.
Is it feasible to, first of all, how long would it take you to get out?
It depends. That really depends on the medical examiner, how many they have in line and what they have on task to do.
1 day, 3 days?
I never seen it come back that fast. I would say between 1 to 6 weeks. It just depends.
Is it feasible to shut down the streets of University Fire for 1 to 6 weeks, waiting on that medical examiner before you can collect evidence in regards to the issue?
No, it is not.
Now we're looking at state's exhibit number 2. This is from the warehouse, I believe, it's back camera 3. If you can circle where the front, it's kind of hard to see where the front barricades and those first set of barricades would be, where the Jeep first was. And where the second set. And where was your suspect standing at as he was firing the shots into that Jeep?
I would say up in this area.
Is that, were they halfway through the front barricades, the shots were raining out into the car?
No.
When you say no, what do you mean?
No, they were not halfway through the barricade. It was, and as soon as they went through the barricade and past suspect number 1, shots rang out.
And the defense was asking you about muzzle suppression. And you indicated that's kind of a legal thing that people can do all the time?
Definitely.
What's it, Judge? That's not what the witness said. What did you say about muzzle suppression?
First, I never observed any muzzle suppression devices on any of the weapons that I was able to view from camera.
And I think in regards to the defects on the car as it was coming through, how many were there?
8 defects.
And how many muzzle flashes did you observe on the video?
2.
How you had to see 2, but then you had 8 shots?
Yes, so as Secoriea Turner's vehicle is passing suspect number 1, he is firing. That angle is not visible from the camera because it is hidden by the vehicle. As the vehicle passes, he continues to fire. That's when we're able to see the muzzle flashes. And that is consistent and corroborates the physical evidence we have, which is the defects along the vehicle.
Where is suspect one standing at the time of the crime?
And suspect number one is going to initially be standing behind this piece of wood here, and then he comes out as the vehicle's passing and fires as the vehicle's driving by.
Are you able to see suspect number one what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, here.
Who's at the front?
Here?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
It's kind of blurry.
Okay.
Yeah. Where do we see those muzzle shots come from? If you need to back up and try to pause.
Yeah, if you want to, can you back it up? Here.
And if you could circle that first. Is it fair to say that the first set of barricades are kind of behind them?
Correct.
And what would the second set of barricades be?
It was about 20 to 30 yards further up.
And if you could circle, where were the shell casings that you recovered, the 5.56 shell casings?
They're going to be along this area here.
Now, the defense showed you several people that were in the red. The first one that they showed you, was that a male or female?
It looks to be a male, very tall.
Do you see that individual that the defense showed you?
Yes. Here.
Can you tell if that's a male or female?
No, I can't tell, but it's a very large individual, about 100 pounds more than suspect number one.
Has the shots that bring you to that car and killed Secoriea already occurred?
Yes.
Do you see any muzzle flashes coming from the area where that person is standing?
No.
Pause. Where the second individual is that defense pointed out to you?
This appears to be a very tall male with red shorts on.
Once again, any muzzle flashes coming from that where that individual is?
No.
And I think she showed you the third group of people with red on.
I believe she was referring to this small individual here.
Based on their stature, does that appear to be an adult or a child?
It appears to be consistent with a child.
As the Jeep is passing through that second set of barricades, what would have been in Charmaine and Omar's line sight?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
As that Jeep passes through that second set of barricades, can you describe the last set of people that they would pass?
It's going to be this individual here that seems to be ducking for cover behind the barricade.
Did you see any muzzle shots come from that area where that individual?
No.
And I believe they asked you about the trajectory.
Yes.
Right to left, right from the enemies.
Correct.
Is that in regards to what was going on outside the car or what's going on inside Secoria's body?
Inside Secoria's body.
Can two things be true at once?
Yes.
Can there have been men dressed in all black with weapons, possibly firing, and your suspect number one firing as well into that youth.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right.
Oh my God, are they actually done with him? I wonder if they're coming back or they're going to give us another witness. If the witness is even there, it's 4 o'clock. Unless they got a fast witness. Whew, Jesus, because Patterson was there Friday, so he would have waited all day. He was waiting Friday. He might have been waiting today. It's 4 o'clock. So I guess we're going to see what happens. Mm-mm-mm. Can y'all hear me? I'm assuming you can. Okay. Yeah. Today was one of those slow days of trial watching. I like when it's a little more rapid pace because it makes me feel tired. Just this kind of slow pace, the waiting. I could only imagine being there. So, is it 4 o'clock yet? I know it's getting close. Okay, are they coming back? They're calling a witness? My God. My God. Have we moved on past Shepard?
Deputy Stephen Middleton, STEPHEN, MIDDLETON.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How you doing today, sir?
I'm well.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you are employed?
As it pertains to what? Like,
Who do you currently work for?
I work for Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
7 years, going on 8.
Okay, and where are you stationed with the Fulton County Sheriff's?
I'm at the South Annex Jail.
Okay, and where's the South Annex Jail?
In Union City.
Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And how many jailing locations does Fulton County have?
Currently, out in the North Annex, man. 3 currently.
Okay, and tell them to the jury what some of your job duties are.
Well, I'm on the strike team, which is the jail response team.
And when was the strike team created?
About three, 3.5 years ago.
Right? And what's the purpose of the strike team?
We're like basically SWAT for the jail. So we handle any kind of uprisings, riots, any kind of tours for high risk or anything like that.
And what is a shakedown?
Shakedown is it's a focused search based off information that we get.
And can you tell the members of the jury how a shakedown is performed?
Yes, immediately when we enter, we open all doors. We tell everybody step out, line up against the wall. We do searches, and then we lead them out of the housing pods.
Yes, please.
Okay, that was fast. They probably went in a direction. They probably went another direction that they didn't want to go. So that was another wrap on that one. Y'all. Hold on. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying. Julian. Okay, so let me say this. Now, the co-defendant has a rioting charge. Not that that has anything to do with Julian, but it could. I don't think I saw anything about him rioting per se. I think I'll have to go and check. But his co-defendant definitely had something going on. Like, on top of his case being adjudicated, he's got some sort of current issue. Why they had someone come from the jail, interesting, but I don't know. Oh, God, it took me a long time to get here. Okay. Hopefully tomorrow is going to be a better day. I'm almost tempted to cut it and we can get caught up tomorrow on whatever else happens. But our luck, I'll cut it and something exciting happens before 5 o'clock. Uh, Guys, I'm still here. I'm just waiting like you guys are. I should have gone. What do you guys think so far? Do you think, I mean, they said the defense is going to put a case on, so I guess we're going to see. They said that they were going to prove that he didn't do it, so I'm waiting to see that. I don't know. What do you guys think so far? I feel like it's a conviction, but I mean, I don't think there was any reasonable doubt. I haven't seen any reason just because of the detective. At the end of the day, I don't feel like there's enough for me to doubt the detective's work. I don't think it makes it that Julian's not wasn't part of the situation that happened with the McCords and the Turners. Hold on a second. Let me see what you guys are saying. Okay, give me just a minute. Yeah, they probably, all their witnesses probably went home or dispersed. I mean, who wants to be in 4 and 5 o'clock traffic downtown unless you live in the downtown area or close to it? So people probably were like, they're keeping Shepard on all day. They'll probably have to regroup tomorrow. Today was kind of, I'm not gonna, I feel like they didn't make any progress today. I felt like I didn't learn anything different today versus Friday. I felt like it was not impactful. I felt like the defense basically tried from every angle they could to try to maybe even just discredit, and that is their job. So whoever's going to say that's their job, okay, good, we know that's their job. I just don't think it was effective. You can do that, and then hopefully you'll make some advancements. So it's not like, ooh, they really made me think like, wow, that was they missed the ball right there, or they didn't do that, or that's bad. Nothing. It was just kind of like, they can't see that person. Can you see that person? And if you think that person actually did it, why didn't you have Joe Doug, the investigator, find the person? If you guys are, why don't you ask Julian who was out there with him and have him identify his cohorts and get him up off the hook? Because we definitely know that there was a third person, but they haven't been able to identify that person. Why don't you have your defendant help you in identifying some of his cohorts and help himself? So they're still on the medallion. They haven't ended court yet. I guess we're going to see. They're supposed to go till about 5, but there are some people who have kids. That was one of the things that came up. There are people who have children to pick up. So I'm sure they're going to end on time. It's just unfortunate they can't use the time that's allotted, because they had at least a half an hour, 45 minutes, potentially. And they're probably not using it. Maybe who knows what they're doing right now.
We're going to pick up where we left off.
Okay, guys, I'm coming. Okay.
All right, for the jury. Jurors are accounted for. So I believe, before we draw, my next question is going to be, can you tell the jury what is a pod?
The pod is the housing unit.
Housing unit, and how many pods does the Union City facility have?
There's 4 on each side.
What is the cell?
The cell is like a room, a housing unit. I mean, a room in the housing unit.
Okay, and who's housed inside of the cell?
The residents that's there.
Want to draw your attention back to August 5th of 2025. Was there a shakedown performed at the Union City location?
There was.
And what pods was involved in the shakedown?
All of the general housing units. So pod A, D, and E.
And were you involved in the shakedown?
I was.
And when you perform a shakedown, what items are you looking for?
Anything that the residents are not allowed to have, any kind of contraband, like any damaged or altered clothing, cigarettes, electronic devices like cell phones or batteries from some of the tablets that they destroy. It's just anything that they're not supposed to have, wiring, stuff like that, shanks.
And back on August 5th, was there a shakedown performed on pod E?
There was.
And cell 12?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about cell 12. Cell 12. How many people are housed in cell 12?
Currently or then?
What's the minimum amount of people that can be housed in cell 12?
1.
1. What's the max?
8.
Okay. Back on August 5th of 2005, was Julian Conley housed in his cell?
Yes, he was.
All right. And what was his bunk?
As soon as when you go into the cell, there's 2 bunks immediately to the left. There's 4 against the back wall, and then there's 2 to the right. His was on the back wall at the bottom left.
And when you performed your shakedown, what, if anything, did you recover from pod E cell 12?
I recovered 2 cell phones, 4 shanks, 2 charger cords, and it was something else, some miscellaneous stuff like screws from the light fixtures.
Okay. So you said you recovered 2 cell phones, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about the locations of those cell phones. Where was cell phone number 1 recovered from?
The first one was recovered from the left-hand side, the bunk, bottom bunk, all the way in the back corner.
Okay, and was this Mr. Conley's bunk?
Yes.
Right. I am approaching with what has been trademarked State's Exhibit 130. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 130?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 130?
By the color.
Are those the items that was recovered from E12?
One of them is.
Which one is?
This blue one right here.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 130.
No, we have checked. It sounds like there are multiple items in State Exhibit 130 that has nothing to do with why we're here. We can't allow all that.
Okay, can you be specific
Yes,
as to which
yes,
items?
yes. How many cell phones were recovered throughout the entire shakedown?
There were 3.
And once you recovered those cell phones, what did you do with them?
I handed them over to Captain Alvarin.
Okay.
And The blue cell phone that was recovered, you said that was recovered from whose bunk?
Conley's.
I'm sorry.
Conley's.
Do you see inmate Conley in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's in the suit over there.
What color is his clothing?
Y'all, I wonder if he was trying to contact witnesses or was he trying to, I wonder what he was doing on that cell phone.
Looks like black.
Is he sitting between someone to his left and his right?
Yes, he is.
Can you please describe the person on his right?
She's wearing a blazer with it looks like a plaid color, and a burgundy or maroon shirt and glasses.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will.
Now, do you remember how many phones you recovered from E12?
Yes, there were two.
There were two.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember colors of those two phones?
Yes, one was blue and one was a reddish color.
I'm going to approach you with what's been labeled as states 130A, 130B, and 130C. Can you identify which two phones you recovered from cell E12?
This one.
Can you identify what's the number on the back?
130C.
And is 130C in the same condition in which you recovered it back on August the 5th of 2025?
Yes.
Have there been any material alterations and or deletions?
As far as deletions, I can't tell, but it looks like in the same condition as I found it.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, state will tender 130C into evidence.
130C is admitted.
And can you tell me, members of the jury, how many phones were collected from E12?
Two phones.
Two phones. And do you know what the color was of the second phone?
I know they didn't cut off the feed. They literally cut the feed off again. It got to a good part and they just cut the damn feed, y'all. Okay, but I have some information. Okay, maybe I look. So this is the deal. He did plead guilty. Hold on. You already know I'm on it. He had possession of dangerous weapons. I guess they didn't charge him with the cell phones. But he got 3 years time served anyway. He's been in there since 2020. He copped guilty. And he got 3 years time served. The felony indictment was three possessions of a dangerous weapon by inmate and possession of dangerous drug by inmate. He was He was charged with count number 3, and count number 3 he was guilty. Now he pled guilty, put it that way. Now, as far as the phones were concerned, I don't know if that was a separate charge. But he was in there for count 3. So count 3 was all him. Now, as far as the phone contraband, I don't know if that's a separate case. I'll have to look it up. But he pled guilty on that. Can you believe they shut the damn feed down? You know, probably the person who does the who films probably got to go. The woman or the man, whoever. Y'all, I had to go pick up Farah. I had mom duties. So while I was out and about like 20 minutes ago, if you guys could tell, I was in the mobile studio known as my car. Um, so I had to go pick up Farah. She had sports, went to pick her up, but tomorrow we have teacher work day again. Isn't that awesome? We're only 1 month into school and we've had 2 days. This will be our second. No, this will be our third day off. This will be the second teacher work day, and we had a holiday. So go figure. 1 month in, 3 days off. That's better than corporate America. Anyway, guys, I feel like it was kind of a interesting day. No progress made, but hey, we're not the attorneys on the case. We're just the jury in the clouds. And I don't know. I don't feel like Julian is making himself super likable to the jury. And at least he's not trying to play up to them. You know what I mean? Like he's playing it cool. His lawyers are doing all of the nasty work for him. I don't think ma'am is making herself very likable. That demonstration today was horrible. But I'm gonna tell you guys something. If you guys were paying attention over on what was it, girl? Was it in the bushes over in so we're streaming Fox 11. Yeah, girl, they cut the feed. I mean, it's still on. Hold on. And that could be the court for all we know. Hold on. It's still live on Fox 11, but they cut the damn feed. I'm so mad. They were getting ready to get to the good part.
I'm going to approach you with what's been labeled as states 130A.
They were getting ready to get to the good part.
And 130C.
So this is my speculation, okay? They got those phones, they cell-brighted the phones and saw some texts or some phone calls, and baby, it's a fool. He was doing some talking. It had to be. What's the relevance of these phones, right? That's the only thing I could think of. You know what I mean? Something was up with them damn phones, because why bring it up? When they cell-brighted it, they got some text messages, they got something where he was communicating with somebody. Maybe he reached out to Pookie or Boo Boo and Bebe or whoever. What's the evidence against him? The case is murder. That's the case. This particular witness who was up, they were talking about something that happened in the jail, and we don't know because the people at Fox cut the line. It's 4:30 and I guess they had to go home. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But as far as what's the evidence against Julian, I got a whole entire playlist. I think I have it pinned at the top. You are welcome to click that, start at the beginning and get the whole thing, because it's murder. It's murder. It's mayhem. And aggravated assault, dangerous weapon, all of the things. That's what, and as far as what the evidence is, a lot of video. Okay. You guys, I'm gonna let y'all go. It's been a long day. This has been 5.5 hours. We'll probably get started around the same time tomorrow, maybe like 11. I feel like the later we start, the better it is because we get to zip through all the breaks. So I'll see you guys later. Okay. Um, Somebody asked me for an update on a couple of things. I'm not sure. Let me get my head together because I feel like I have been live all day. I even took you guys with me to go pick up Farah, and you guys didn't even know it. Maybe you did, but Fox is in the pool too. They have no control. Yeah, they may have just cut the feed. Right. They may have just cut the feed. If the pool camera person, if the person who operates the pool out for the media shuts it down at 4:30, it's shut down at 4:30. That's it. So, yeah. Absolutely. Okay. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe so you can be notified when I go live, post a video, do all of the things. If you want to come hang out with us tomorrow, please do. We'd love to have you. And that's it. That's all. You guys have a wonderful evening. And like I said, this will be in the playlist. So if you want to get caught up, please do so. It's an interesting case. Visit Patreon for the. Didn't I post the indictment over there? Did I post the police report too? I posted some stuff over on Patreon regarding this case. I'm just now looking up the situation in the jail. Anyway, you guys have a good night. I'm glad we got to spend some time together. But I will see y'all tomorrow, y'all. I'm exhausted. All right. Have a good night, y'all. Take care.